See if we've got audio.
I mean, start speaking because it's on a delay.
Check. 1, 2.
Maybe
Welcome.
I'll
Buckle my shoe. Sound check. Sound check for the stream. Checking. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Audio check.
Today's board meeting will start at 1:30.
Oh, right. And we got director in there.
No way.
Are you kidding me?
Turn on the audio. Good, the audio. Oh, it's okay. We lost the audio inside the booth.
February 15th, 2023 will now come to order at. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At a citizen opportunity for public comment, a citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve Item A, Monthly Investment Report, Financial Statement and Budget Review for December 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Chief Financial Officer Marshall Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor. We have our budget workshop this afternoon, so I'll not duplicate some of the things that are in this report, but we'll go through these together. As I always point out, we're 33 1/3% through the fiscal year, so we're basically 1/3, which is hard to believe that we've gone forward that much. The first bullet, you'll notice that our earnings on our investments continue to go up, as well as the interest rates that drive those returns for us. And you can see the difference between the 914 the month before and then the year before, much less than that. It was around 0.06. So year to date, fiscal year, we've got $2.89 million, which is much better than anything we've had in the recent 2.5 years. HCAD, we're still watching that for finance and accounting for the budget preparation. We have not received the official base valuation yet, and we expect to see that by April 15th. We continue to monitor the financial markets. The federal government has indicated that we're pretty much done with COVID, and they don't see that as a big scare anymore, so we're not looking too much to worry about that. The legislature is another issue. They're talking about state appropriations. They will vote in May of 23, and that's when we'll find out what we'll be getting, the new model and the formula for that. And then financial aid for the students, we're around $107 million. We still have about $3.6 million earmarked for that. So by the end of June, we will have given to the students in financial aid about $110 million from our HERF money. Just a little update on some of the projects or the status of the projects. You've got multiple ones. Of course, it's a race to get everything done and paid for by the end of June 30th. The big team of people across the organization have been working together from facilities, accounting, finance, legal, making sure this happens, and then, of course, all the individual campuses helping us get out there and work with them. All this is also included in more detail in your CIP report that will come in the regular meeting. And then $3.4 million of HERF institutional funds and MSI we have available still to make our community of college of choice. And then the loss recovery for this year is estimated at about $5 million, and that's solely for making up the shortfall in the state appropriations for this year. Unrestricted revenue highlights, you see there, we're at 43% of our budget and $63.6 million. The funds for HERF will not see much of that this year. Tuition fees collected, they're about 3.4%, or 59% of what we've budgeted. Ad valorem tax, this is as of December 31st, so where we were at $43 million. And HCAD's a little slow always. We're up around $125 million right now as of January 31st. And you'll see that next month. Continuing to work with Huron on the report findings and including that in our budget process. The consumer price index is going down, which is a good thing for everyone. It's 7.1% as of December. And inflation is also dropping, so that's also a good thing for us, and that continues to help HCC. Walking forward, looking at Tier 1, just a reminder, I'll show you a chart in just a minute, but we're still continuing to operate under Tier 1, having a slight chill on in terms of hiring, and also going through and not spending money where we don't have to in the non-essential areas in our operating expenses. You look at actual salaries year to date, if we're 33 1/3% in the year, we're currently expending 32.1% as of December, so we're right on budget there. And then spring, last year enrollment, a little bit lower, but we picked up some of that moving into spring. Development to dual credit waivers, we're still working on a strategy with that, and also looking at the ISD MOUs. Those are a big impact for us. And spring enrollment continues as we go into that semester. So I'd like to go ahead and stop there for a minute. I want to show you a couple of slides. If you look at slide 9, if you have it in front of you, you can look at the monitor here. I just want to go, for example, like ad valorem taxes under the revenue section. I mentioned, we are at 22%, but actually as of January, we're about 80%, 85% in as of today. State appropriations is right on schedule for us, so we'll do fine there. Tuition fees, about 76%, and still the full summer to go and part of the spring to be recorded because this is as of December 31st. And then the grant revenues, you see we're right on budget there with the HERF plug for the state appropriation shortfall. Then we'll look at operating expenses, and if you look at some of the categories we've talked about before, under supplies, you see these starting to ramp up a little bit. We're about 4.7%. 4.7 million, and we're 22% travel. You can see is significantly under budget, a non-essential area that we have at 26%. Marketing cost, Ramel has a robust plan, so you'll see that catch up. This is just timing. You'll notice that next line, rental and leases, we're still a little under budget in that, and that's going to continue to drive down as some of the leases we have coming in. And so we're still not back to getting the bookstore commissions and rental space and things like that. Utilities, we're a little bit low the first few months of this fiscal year. You see they're catching back up. We're almost at 30%, which ties nicely with this month that we're in. And then maintenance and repairs, we're still very low. And again, that's timing. We've looked at it historically. That's where we've been, and we're running good parallel for that. So I'll stop there. And again, a lot of this be in more greater detail during the budget workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall. Are there any questions from any of my fellow trustees?
I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Ward Johnson.
Yes, so you said the marketing cost, that's a concern that that's so low. The marketing cost.
Yes.
You said it's going to go up?
Well, he will spend more. This is just a timing issue for the communications and marketing group, yes. It will increase. Not from the budget, will just be the expenditures.
Actuals. Okay.
Any other questions? Trustee Glazer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not sure where to ask this, so I'm going to ask it here because we don't have a finance committee. It's brought to my attention there was an article in the Texan talked about the Houston Housing Authority and their activities in creating public finance corporations, and the ultimate result was that they were taking a lot of property off the tax rolls. Their article states that it's up to over $5 billion under the auspices of low-cost housing, but apparently a lot of this property hasn't been used for that at this point. Doing simple math, correct me if I'm wrong, our tax rate is somewhere around a dime. Is that maybe a hair under, something like that?
0.09.5.
0.09. So if we go at 0.1 per 100, that's basically 10 cents per I'm sorry, a tenth of a percent. So when $5 billion of assets come off the tax rolls, that affects our institution upwards of $5 million, if I can do the math right. I'm concerned, and now, granted, our net income is going to be the same because we factored our tax rate based on the max that we could take without going back to the voters. So it really didn't factor in who was paying what. But this article brings real attention to me is that there's upwards of $5 million in tax revenue that we're collecting from folks that should be being collected from other folks, which means the folks that are on the books are paying more than their fair share. And I hope that you guys can get with other taxing entities and perhaps whoever else is looking into this, because it's affecting every taxing entity in the area, because if the values are coming off, it's affecting everyone. So I just bring this up so that hopefully you guys can look into that and see what's going on and advise us, because I'd rather tax the folks that are properly being taxed the minimum amount possible and not have them pay somebody else's share that through some unfortunate situation is someone's not paying their share. So I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth?
Instructional and other materials are 53.9% of the budget already utilized. We are where in terms of the fiscal year? We're at 1/3 of the way through the fiscal year?
Yes, ma'am. To the left of that chart is 33.3%, so we're basically 1/3 of the way through the year. So most of that's timing. You know, these don't ever perfectly align, but the goal is to finish the year where we budgeted or less.
Okay, but we're at 53.9% of instructional and other materials funding already used, and we're only 1/3 of the way through the fiscal year. Shouldn't that align basically with the others, which seem to be okay in the 30s? But if the instructional materials are already better than half, are we going to have to adjust the budget later on, maybe in summer, since we're only 1/3 of the way through?
I think historically, if you look at this, a lot of categories on this chart and even more subcategories, if you look at more detail, you know, they don't perfectly align. It's timing. So with spring enrollment that was ramping up, a lot of the staff and faculty are ordering their supplies that will then carry them through, for example, the spring semester. So a lot of that money will be spent out with no more being spent. And as the months go by, you know, this was done as of December 31st. So they were prepping for the spring semester.
But our enrollment is down. So if they're prepping, Chancellor, can they show what it looked like for fall semester, what the percentage use of instructional and other materials are prior to now? If they're ramping up, I can understand that. But if enrollment is down and we're already at 53% spent, that seems a little off in terms of lining up with your other percentages, which actually look pretty good.
Chancellor, I think he has a
So
comment.
as Mr. Hines explained, Trustee, when we buy, you know, we're buying in bulk and we're not buying for the exact number of students we have. So there's some timing issues there. We may be buying for the whole semester. And I don't know where you're getting your enrollment numbers. Enrollment's up a couple of points the last report I got. So enrollment is not down in comparison to year over year. We are down compared to 2019.
Right.
But we are, we're gaining over last year, and you'll hear a report later today on the strategies of what we'd be looking for enrollment enhancement. But the cash flows on the expenses, if you go back and look at the prior reports historically, they've never really aligned. This is just a very high ballpark comparison, more of a safety check. And if we're at 33.33% done with the year, and we're 20 to 40% on the expenses, well, those are about right. If you look at instructional, the 52%, that could be lab equipment. It could be, again, things that we buy in bulk, chemicals for labs and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's just
Thank you, Chancellor.
a 1/3 of the budget, a 1/3 of the year, fiscal year, and to have better than half of instructional and other materials used, have not had the enrollment that we projected. It's a little out of line with the rest of the percentages that are there. I can understand risk being 44.9%. That's an upfront. We have no choice. We have to do that. The others look like they're fairly well in line. That one just looks really askew. But thank you for the explanation.
Sure. Thank you.
And that,
Chancellor.
if I could help just to an attempt to clarify, I know you've got a strong background in project management. Some of the, when you look at a project budget, some of the expenses are heavy in the beginning if you're looking at buying equipment, particularly with long lead times. And some of these might be commitments that we made in order to make sure that we have the material. So we have, particularly in those areas, and in all areas of the budget, every year for the last 8-9 years, we have been, except for the first year in 2014, when I arrived, we were 16 million out of balance. But since then, the numbers have all come in fairly close to what we had expected.
Trustee
Thank you.
Laredo.
My question is on the scholarship distribution. Is that a money that's on the budget? Is that from the HERF funds?
No, ma'am. Those other scholarships.
Oh, okay, so as of now, none of it has gone out?
We've been focusing a lot on the HERF because it has an expiration date on it, and the rest of this will be used during the fiscal year.
So the word is out to the students? The students will, how are we going to let the students know that this money's available for them?
They advertise that through enrollment process as well as through the financial aid group. When they interview people, they have a lot of opportunity to talk to them about options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any of my fellow trustees? If not, we're now ready to vote on item A. Voting is open. Board members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote. Let me close it. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, fellow trustees. The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is now adjourned at?
1:47 p.m.
Thank you.
She's en route.
Good afternoon. The special meeting for February the 15th, 2023 will now come to order at
2:03 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. We will hold all public comments until the public hearing under item B of this meeting agenda. We will begin with item A, redistricting update, demographic analysis, and proposed redistricting plan 1A. This is a report item. No action is required. We will now hear from Chancellor Maldonado to introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board knows, we have been working for some time on the redistricting plan, and Lisa McBride from Thompson Horton has been leading us through the process, along with the very supportive team members that she has with her. Also, Ashley Smith from General Counsel's office has been participating in that as well. And with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Ms. McBride to begin today's presentation.
Good afternoon, trustees. It's good to be with you, and happy day after Valentine's Day. I am here with two of my team members, Paige Martin and Edgar Colon, and we are here today to provide just a basic overview. We understand that we've been working hard on this redistricting process. You've been having meetings in your communities. We've been receiving comments and proposed maps from the public, both online and by email. We have a very engaged public who also showed up at your community meetings. And today really is a day to continue to hear from the public. We have several members of the public who have signed up to speak, and so I want to make sure there's plenty of time for that. But for those members of the public who may just be joining us today, I want to provide just a little bit of foundation regarding redistricting and the map that's been placed out by the board for public comment before they start hearing the public comment, just to give them some context. But I really do want to reserve most of today to allow you to hear from the community members who have traveled to be with you today. So let's just do a short legal overview regarding redistricting. You've heard me say this many times. The public who has been following along with us has heard me say it many times. But for those who are just joining in a nutshell, this is the process that entities that are subdivided into smaller geographic units, like HCC is subdivided into single-member districts. Those single-member districts have to be nearly equal. And we determine that by looking at census data that comes out every 10 years. The trigger for redistricting is if your largest single-member district in terms of total population size, not physical size, but the number of people that are in it, is larger than your smallest single-member district by total population size by greater than 10%. That's the trigger that lets us know we have some work to do in order to bring your system back into balance. In HCC's case, your smallest single-member district is single-member district number 3, and your largest single-member district is single-member district number 6. Single-member district number 6 is all the way on the west side of the district, and single-member district 3 is all the way on the east side of the district. So the proposed map that brings the system back into balance shares the burden of bringing that back into balance all the way through the system. You'll see 13 moves that affect each single-member district that brings you back into balance, back into compliance with this federal and state requirement that the difference between your least and most populous single-member district be less than 10%. Now, I've included in the materials for the public, and you've seen this map many times, including during your community meetings, what your current boundaries look like, because proposed map 1A only makes 12 moves to your current boundaries. But as I have constantly emphasized to you and to the public, moving a boundary means moving people. And why that is important to the public is that impacts who represents you, who advocates for you at this table. And so I've already gone over the law with respect to what's the trigger. And so let's look at where we required to redistrict. Yes, we were. As I indicated, your largest single-member district was single-member district number 6 at 226,000 individuals. That's indicated under the light green heading. And your smallest single-member district was single-member district number 3 at about 188,000 individuals. And so that is a 19.9% variance. And the average size, if we were to make every single-member district the same size, they'd be about 205,000. As you can see at the end of the decade, your single-member districts are not hovering nicely around that number. You've got single-member districts that are 210, 207, 220,000, and you've got other single-member districts that are 188 and 199,000 that are below that average size. And what the law requires is that each single-member district, in relation to that average size, not be greater than 5% larger than that average size or 5% lower than that average size. So we had some work cut out for us in order to prepare a map that brought us back into balance. Map 1A does that. There is a deadline for completing this process, and that is 90 days before the first election at which you can act on the data. You have elections in odd-numbered years. 90 days from November of 2023 puts us at August 9th of 2023, but we're not waiting till that date. As I've constantly explained to the board and to the public, there are other considerations, being a good election partner, being informative to individuals who may want to run for a place on the ballot, needing to know the boundaries they need to live within, and needing to know it in time to satisfy that 6-month residency requirement. And that's why this board has been working on such an aggressive timeline to complete this process by April. And I've included the timeline in the materials for the public. This presentation, as with all of our presentations to the board and to the public, will be available on the website. I will point out that where we are on this timeline for the public is February 15th. It's our public hearing. That is the culmination of our community outreach. Over the course of all of January and the first part of February, we held community meetings hosted by each one of you as trustees in facilities within each of our single-member districts to talk about how MAP 1A specifically affected the system overall, but specifically the single-member district that we were there to talk about. The next upcoming deadline, and for the public at home or in the audience, please pay attention to this, is February 28th. That's the deadline for any written public comments if you're still want to provide written comments after today's meeting, or you want to provide a proposed map. And there are two ways that you can do that. You can do that by uploading it to the portal that's on the HCC website, right there on the website, or the website provides an HCC redistricting email address if you prefer to submit an email. So you can submit an email, we'll capture it that way to that HCC redistricting email, or you can submit it on the HCC website, the comment portal, or the map portal. And we will capture all that information and make sure the Board of Trustees receives that information. And then on April 19th is when the board is set to take final action to adopt a map. Now, the board did adopt 9 redistricting criteria, the first 3 of which I have emphasized are required by law, that the total deviation between the largest and smallest single-member district be at or within 10%, that each of our single-member districts have near equal population, so they're close to that average size, no more than plus or minus 5%, and that we comply with the Voting Rights Act and we don't dilute the minority voting strength of our single-member districts that are opportunity districts, meaning that they're greater than 50% citizen voting age of a particular minority group. Then the remaining 6 are pragmatic requirements that have been upheld by courts as being objective basis on which to prefer one map over another map. And we've talked about these. Our single-member districts have to be compact. There is physical compactness as well as political compactness, taking into account neighborhoods and communities of interest interests. Our single-member districts have to be contiguous. They have to touch each other. We can't have holes in the middle of our systems. We want to use easily identifiable boundaries when we're deciding what's going to be the breaking point between single-member districts. That's why you have decided to use whole county election precincts. So we're keeping neighborhoods together in that sense as well, because we're using as our smallest unit of measurement whole county precincts. It also helps us to be a better election partner on election day when other entities are voting with us. It's an easier time determining what's an appropriate ballot for each voter if you don't split precincts. We're going to preserve incumbent constituency relations, meaning we're not going to draw any current trustee out of his or her district. And that's a right that's owed to the public because they've elected their representative to complete a specific term. And so we're not going to disturb the power of the vote that they cast and keep the representatives in their districts for the duration of their term. Maintaining communities of interest in neighborhoods, that dovetails with being compact, and that dovetails with the requirement to use whole county election precincts. And then a notion that is common in the redistricting process, because each of these redistricting maps, at least prior to 2013, has to be pre-approved by the Department of Justice. You start with the most recent pre-approved plan by that department as having complied with the Voting Rights Act as your benchmark, and then you just make moves from there in order to comply with your other redistricting principles and to bring things back into balance. And so those are the criteria that when the board received all of the maps that it has considered, the board has considered map 1, map 1A, and then what we call the 2 series of maps, map 2, 2A, 2B, 2C. Considering all of those maps and these 9 criteria, the board decided to put out map 1A for public comment as best meeting these 9 criteria. And so we have here map 1A, and we've identified the moves between the different single-member districts for map 1A. And as you can see, they're relatively small. All single-member districts either give up or gain some population. A single-member District 6 gives up population to single-member District 7, as well as to single-member District 1 to bring it back into compliance. And then our smallest single-member district gains population from single-member District number 8. That single-member District 3 is going to gain from 8 as well as 9, but it also gives a precinct back to single-member District 4. That precinct is the precinct surrounding Yates High School in the 3rd Ward area. Single-member District 3 gives that precinct back to single-member District 4 under map 1A. And you will see that map 1A meets our criteria in that the differential between the largest and smallest single-member district is 9.8, so it's under 10%. Our average size is 205,000, and most of our single-member districts hover nicely around that 205,000 number, none of them being greater than 5% over or less than 5% under. And you can look at the minority populations in our single-member districts under map 1A. All of them increase under map 1A versus the current map under the current boundaries, with the exception of single-member District 1. It goes down by just 1/10 of a percentage point, but all the other ones increase with respect to the largest minority group in that single-member district. And the number I'm using to make that statement is not total population, it's not voting age population, but as we've been talking about, the ever so critical citizen voting age population, because that's a better measure of voting strength, because that number captures not only individuals that are over 18, but who are also citizens. So getting closer to that nucleus of individuals that are actually eligible to vote and exercise choice on voting day. Now, I've included for you Again, and the public who may just be joining us for the first time, people understand and digest things differently. So sometimes people understand things by seeing the moves actually circled on the map. Sometimes people can digest it better by having a written narrative. And so we've provided a written summary of the changes here, of the moves between each of our single member districts, kind of graphically where southwest, north, east on the map a particular precinct is moving. We've also included in the materials precinct level views of all of the moves that are depicted under map 1A and circled the particular move. So on this particular slide, we're showing the moves between single member districts 1 and 2. On this slide, the moves between single member districts 3 and 4. On this slide, the moves between single member district 5, and it's actually between 5 and 8. And on this slide, the moves between single member districts 6 and 7. Then we have the moves for single member district number 8. And then the last slide, the precinct level view of the changes for single member district number 9. For the public who wants to get in more detail, if you go to the HCC website and you go to the listing of all of the community meetings, in each community meetings, not only is there this map at the precinct level of the move, but we've also provided a street level view of each of the moves so you can actually see the actual streets. So I wanted to make sure the public knew about that presentation. Again, all of our presentations that we made to the board and the public are available on our on the website. Did you have a question, Madam Chair? Okay, all right. And so that concludes my overview, and with Madam Chair's permission, I would welcome beginning the public comment section.
Madam Chair,
Trustee Tamaz.
in several of our community meetings, there were people who attended who were asking about why this wasn't translated. And so did we accommodate that today? Chancellor, by any chance, do we have any translation today?
My office wasn't asked to provide that. I assumed that the team was providing that.
So if we could, I'm sorry?
So Ed, you can speak, Keith.
Okay, so that we've accommodated anyone who speaks a language other than English?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just,
And we did this.
it's really important, and we've heard it over and over, so thank you. I appreciate that.
And we did the same thing at your community meetings. We had physical translators there. What I think the public is asking.
It's the presentation itself.
Is the presentation itself, but the translator
It's happening,
it's
yes.
happening, and that happened at your community meetings. What I think the public was asking was rather than that happening with a translator sitting right beside them, if they could have a headset to make it easier. Yeah.
Which makes sense, actually. That's always the way to go. And I don't know if we have that equipment or not, but we need to invest in that equipment fast. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Van Bustalwert.
I need to address an issue that happened in District 9 with the WebEx. I asked the question prior to the start of all of the community meetings, would anyone be able to access the community meetings without having to download any integrated technology software? And the answer was yes. That did not happen in District 9. I had several seniors who could not access the meeting using the WebEx because it required them to download WebEx to their phone. So I spent probably the better part of 15 minutes of my meeting trying to figure out a way to connect my seniors using the technology, either by website or however, but it was a constant problem. So I did make an apology to my community because it did not happen the way it should have happened. But overall, those who could, I think there were 36 total. At any one point, the maximum point of people participating online was 36. So I just need to say that. The other thing is, Trustee Tamez and I noticed that the physical translation, the wording was all muddled. We don't know what those words were that were coming across the screen. We have no clue as to what language it was. It had to have been alien. But I think that they corrected it as best they could. And so by the time it got to my meeting, most of the wording that was closed captioned was corrected. But for the first, 3 or 4 meetings, we didn't know what language was that. It was Martian or something. But that's an IT issue that we have to address, because if we're going to address the public in writing, it needs to be corrected writing. And so the closed captioning IT software issue needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we move forward? Okay. Next, we will have item B, Houston Community College System Public Hearing on Proposed Redistricting Plan. This is a report item. No action is required. The purpose of this public hearing is to gain public input into the process of redrawing the single-member district boundary lines for the Houston Community College System. Trustee districts as Houston Community College trustee districts as a result of the 2020 census. Public comments are welcomed and solicited. The public hearing is also being live streamed. Please visit HCC's redistricting page at www.hccs.edu for the link to the live stream. Sign language and language translation services are available. If you require translation services in Spanish, please advise a member of our board services team seated at the table to my left for assistance. We did not receive any notification of the need for translation services in a language other than Spanish. We will follow our normal practices for public comments and allow all speakers to provide their comments. But I would also like to ask that you please be considerate of the time to allow other members who are signed up to speak. At the conclusion of the public comments, board members will have an opportunity to ask any follow-up questions of redistricting council. At this time, I will call the names of those who have signed up to speak. First, we have Tamara Bell, Carl Davis, Inga Ford, Angela Johnson, Charlene Jones, Jennifer Jones, Maria Lira, Sergio Lira, Augustine Pinedo, Dolores Rogers, Carolyn Evans Shabazz, Kamala Walker. If you are here, we will first hear from Tamara Bell. Is Carl Davis here?
Good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
I'm Carl Davis. I'm a member of the General Board of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the oldest black denomination in this country. It was founded in 1787 in Philadelphia because of discrimination. And what I see today in the drawing of these lines is discrimination. We've been a voice on the forefront of social justice since 1787, fighting for our rights, equal rights, and social justice. I stand here today and ask that you, as a board, in redrawing these lines, not disrupt our community that I've grown to know and love since my early years, since my birth. I've been a resident of the 3rd Ward community. Please keep it intact. I ask you, don't disrupt my community. And as a friend of mine, as one of my admirers, martyr that I always quote, Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is Inga Ford present? Angela Johnson? Charlene Jones? Jennifer Jones. Maria Lira. You can come to speak, please.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Muchas gracias por proveerme este servicio de traducción. Yo represento la comunidad de habla español.
Thank you for providing me the service of translation. I represent the Spanish-speaking community.
El lenguaje español es el segundo idioma que se habla más en los Estados Unidos.
The Spanish language is the second language most spoken for people in the United States.
Y también aquí en Houston, alrededor de 1 millón de personas hablamos más español.
In Houston, more than 1 million people speak Spanish.
Y por eso yo les agradezco que me den esta oportunidad de hablar en español.
For this reason, I appreciate that you give me this opportunity to speak in Spanish to you.
Pero también yo les quisiera decir que para mí esto no es suficiente.
And I also wanted to tell you that for me, this is not enough.
Y la razón que les digo esto porque es muy disturbador.
Okay, and for me, this is very disappointed, disturbs me.
Porque la traductora me está hablando en un oído y el otro oído estoy hablando a las otras personas que están hablando en inglés.
Because for me, the interpreter is talking to me in one ear, and in the other ear, I'm hearing somebody speaking English.
Y como yo no sé si ustedes saben, pero la mente no tiene la capacidad de recibir 2 o 3 cosas al mismo tiempo.
I don't know if you know this, the mind that doesn't have the ability to receive 2 or 3 informations at the same time.
Por eso yo les pido que, por favor, nos proveen más recursos a las personas que hablan español.
That's why I ask you to please provide more resources for the people who speak Spanish.
Yo pienso que el Community College tiene un presupuesto bastante fuerte.
I think the Houston Community College has a big budget.
Y yo les pido que por favor tengan por lo menos un equipo de traducción.
I ask you that you please have a translation equipment.
Donde yo puedo tener unos audífonos y solamente puedo oír a mi traductora.
Because this way I can only have my own headphones and I can hear only the person who's translating for me.
Y también yo soy una activista comunitaria por más de 30 años.
I've been working as a community activist for more than 30 years.
Y déjenme decirles que casi no hemos cambiado nada.
And let me tell you, you haven't changed a lot in this time.
Si ustedes miran alrededor de aquí, yo pienso que yo soy la única persona que habla español.
If you see around here, I think I'm the only person who speaks Spanish.
Quiero decir que es mi primer idioma, no nada más que es lo único que hablo.
That I want to say this is my first language and not the only language I speak.
Pero sin embargo, yo sé que hay muchas personas allá afuera que no pueden entender lo que yo me están traduciendo aquí.
And I know there is a lot of people over there outside, they cannot understand what I'm saying right now here.
Entonces ustedes se pueden dar cuenta si realmente aquí hay una igualdad.
So you can see clearly if there is equity or everybody is treated the same.
Es muy importante que hablemos del redistricting, que es lo que estamos hablando ahorita.
It's very important that we talk about the redistricting, the differences, making up the new district that you need.
Pero ¿de qué sirve que solamente unas cuantas personas tomen la decisión de cambiar las áreas donde afectan a las personas?
And what good that you have when you only few people decide how to change the areas that affect people?
Yo tengo entendido que en el censo ya la comunidad latina es la mayoría.
I understand that in the census, the Latin community is the biggest one, the biggest majority.
Sin embargo, aquí no me proveen a mí ni siquiera los recursos necesarios para que yo pueda entender lo que ustedes están decidiendo.
And here, you don't provide me with enough resources for me to understand well what you're saying.
Y esto no nada más hablamos del idioma, también estoy hablando de la salud, de la justicia criminal,
I'm not only,
de la vivienda y de muchas otras cosas más que están afectando a mi comunidad de habla español y a mi comunidad latina.
I'm talking not only about this part of the district, reassigning of the district, I'm also talking about health, about opportunities for a job, about safety, all these things that are affecting the Latin community.
Por favor, ustedes piensen que la gente no nada más somos herramientas o somos números.
Please, I want you to think that people is not only tools or numbers.
También estamos allá afuera lidiando con el crimen, que por estas razones de decisiones se cometen todas esas atrocidades porque no nos están educando.
And you also have to think that we are outside dealing with the crime, and all these things that are happening outside is because we don't receive the help we need for the crime, to help us to fight the crime.
El Houston Community College también tiene muchas personas que están estudiando el inglés y ellos pagan taxas y ustedes se benefician con sus trabajos de ese dinero también.
Houston Community College has a lot of people who are studying English, to learn English, and you receive their payment, so you receive some money from them, you benefit, Houston Community College benefits from them too.
Con esto no quiero decir que nada más las personas de habla español pagan taxas y les pagan a ustedes.
I'm not saying that only the Spanish-speaking people pay taxes and pay to you.
También hay muchas personas latinas que hablan inglés y español y también no reciben recursos porque ya piensan que porque se ve como hispano no merece recursos suficientes para vivir.
And there are also people, Hispanic people, who speak Spanish and English, and they don't receive the resources that they need because they believe they are now worthy of receiving these resources to live.
Les voy a dar un ejemplo y con esto voy a terminar.
I'm going to give you an example, and with this I'm going to finish.
Cuando ustedes van a una fiesta y ven un pastel ahí en la mesa muy delicioso,
When you go to a party and you see a cake over there that looks delicious,
y cuando lo empiezan a repartir,
when you start serving the cake to everybody,
todos estamos listos para recibir nuestro pedazo, ¿verdad?
we are all ready to receive our cake, a piece of cake.
¿Cómo se sentirían ustedes que solamente un porcentaje de personas reciban el pedazo de pastel y ustedes se quedaran sin su pedazo?
How would you feel if only few people receive this part of the cake and you don't receive any piece of the cake?
Este mundo es un pastel y todo mundo tenemos derechos de recibir un porcentaje.
This world is a cake and we all have the right to receive a piece of this cake.
Entonces, por favor, piensen bien y por favor, yo apoyo el plan A1.
And please think about what I said, and I give my support to the plan A1.
Y por favor, denos nuestros recursos también a nuestra comunidad latina.
Please give us resources to our Latin community.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sergio Lira, are you here? Dr. Sergio Lira. I apologize. Thank you, trustee.
By the way, that was my beautiful wife.
And she is.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear
Okay,
you.
because it's, first of all, I want to recognize the Chancellor, Madam Chair, Honorable Trustees for listening to their community. I want to recognize LULAC members who are here. If I can please ask them to stand. Thank you for coming. And the reason I wanted to recognize them, because they're here for a very important reason. They strongly believe in our community. LULAC has been fighting for civil rights for 94 years. They've been fighting for education, for criminal justice, and economic resources. And I am the chair of the LULAC Redistricting Task Force, and I am here to ask you to please listen to our concerns. We have a saying in our community, el que no habla, Dios no oye. He who does not speak, our Lord does not listen. But we're here to speak today para que nuestro Dios nos escuche. I ask you, honorable trustees, does this board reflect our demographics? Of course, you cannot engage with me. I understand that. But I want you to reflect on that. You know, based on the 2020 census, the largest growth in Harris County was Latinos. And you know who was second? The Asian community. And are those communities reflected on the board in terms of the percentage of a demographics? This is a 10-year census that we have to look at and make the right decisions that impact our communities. But we are here to support Plan A. We've been at several town halls because we want our voice to be heard. They say that we don't speak up and we don't vote and we don't do this and all of that. Well, you know, but we're here to say that's not true. The narrative, Latinos do come out to vote. The narrative is that we do speak up, and the narrative is that we're here and we're not going anywhere. We're now the majority in Harris County. I also want you to know that in the town halls, the plans, all the plans, we're here to support 1A because it is the least disruptive plan, number one. Number two, it meets the 10 criteria for redistricting, and also all the other stuff, packing and all that kind of stuff. We leave that up to the attorneys to determine that, but it's the best plan that you guys have to vote on. But let me go back a little bit before I finish. 10 years ago, there was very similar conversations, very similar. This happens every 10 years. And the design was to create a District 3, District 1, and all of your districts. And now to change that, it's almost as if we're going back to the future. You know, what's happening in Austin is very similar to those who are trying to eliminate programs that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. We cannot follow that line of thinking. We as a community, as Latinos, and as all communities of minority and of color, let's do the right thing. Let's not move the district lines that were agreed upon by trustees here to keep certain precincts where there are and not dilute the Latino citizens voting population. Thank you, and I hope you do the right thing. But more importantly, besides this, remember that let's focus on educating our children, giving them the best outcomes and academics for career and for college readiness. So make the right choice on the redistricting, keep it the way it is, because that's what we need to focus on, is student achievement, college readiness, and career readiness. And HCC is an institution of hope, and I hope that you do the right thing and vote for Plan 1A. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What is Augustin Pinedo? Is that correct? Pinedo?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Agustin Pinedo. I'm the past district director for LULAC District 18. I want to thank the Chancellor Maldonado, Madam Chairman, and members of the board for the opportunity to speak here today. LULAC is the oldest Latino organization in the United States, the oldest and the largest. And LULAC, in accordance with the Latino community, has finally said enough. Ya basta. Everybody knows Spanish, knows what ya basta means. It's an explanation. It's a frustration wrapped in anger, wrapped in a whole lot of emotion. And we're saying ya basta. And along with that, we have made very positive steps to bring equity to the different entities. As you know, we recently filed a lawsuit to the city of Houston, because that's just an embarrassment. You only have one council member out of 16. That's ridiculous. For a city this size and for our numbers, 45% Latino, that's not democracy. And so we have made other inroads. We've made inroads with the county, and we believe it's representing our numbers. And we're working with other entities, such as yourselves here today. We want to be able to have a level playing field. We want equity, and we want to be able to sit at the table. We don't want the leftovers anymore. We're tired of the leftovers. And I can tell you very graphically how that translates to the real world. I used to I was the interim chair of the Latino, of TBH, Talento Bilingüe de Houston. Talento Bilingüe de Houston has always been on the very edge of financing. Everything at TBH is hand-me-downs. Hand-me-downs from the Wortham, from the George R. Brown, even the drapes, the curtains, the chairs, they're all hand-me-downs. Over the holidays, we had a Christmas party there in the largest room there, and it has a sinkhole. You don't see it, but when you step on it, you sink. Because everything is hand-me-downs, leftovers. We don't want leftovers anymore. We're tired of that. We are demanding our equal share. We want to sit at the table with all of y'all and representing our numbers. We don't want to replace anybody, but we do want our numbers according to our population. And in accordance with that, we are for Plan A, for 1A, because we believe that may bring the closest thing to equity to this community college. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dolores Rogers, are you here? Excuse me.
Greetings and thank you for this opportunity, trustees. I'm here to express my support for a plan that reunites the HCC boundaries for the Third Ward residents, closely seen in Plan 2 map. As a long-term resident with family ties dating back to 1870s, I believe the manipulation of the boundaries has diluted the voice of the people to address concerns to this body. I'm a taxpayer and very active in the community in several groups. While none of the plans are perfect, and this plan is not perfect, it does restore a historic community which is largely Black. The community has long suffered from high unemployment, poverty, low student achievement. We want to preserve this community that shares common interests, concerns, and struggles. We deserve to stay in a single district. Dividing our community again only compounds the mistakes that were made in 2010, and with little public awareness in our community of that change. This is a voter's right issue. While I understand there may be some balancing of communities given the expansion of the community college system, the burden of understanding the complexity of navigating government and obtaining access to power has disproportionately affected residents of Third Ward. This is the second time that this community is being divided. It is in your power to listen to the residents and taxpayers and do the right thing. It is in your power to work together for a solution that does not place burdens on one community more than any of the others. I am asking the board to ignite its creative abilities and reimagine how the map should be shown. It is not fair for this community. You say your vision is equitable delivery, relevant, high-quality education training, ensuring success of all students, our community, economy, and beyond, including mentions many times on your website of lifelong living. These issues, starting with the representation and those who advocate for this in our community, it is just a tragedy, in my opinion, that the representation we have received has not seen a focus on the critical areas of education that we wish we had. For instance, you have Jack Yates in this community. You have places like the CUNY homes, where education is so important, and that second level beyond high school is so critical. You have subdivided these communities from one from another. The people who attend these schools are not in the same community district. This is not the right thing. And I don't believe that we have to pit one community against another to achieve a balance. And so I ask that you relook, reimagine, and rethink what you're doing with regard to this historic Black community that, in most cases, vote together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is Dr. Carolyn Evans-Shabazz here? Okay. Welcome home.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I am council member now, Carolyn Evans-Shabazz, the council member of District D, what I call the District of Destination. And I'm so very honored to stand before you and know the task that you are having today. We went through this in the city as well, where we had to negotiate. We actually had to look at some areas. District C was given, previously had Rice University, and then the census gave Rice University to District D. That was a problem to District C. And so certainly because we were able to work it out, we didn't have a problem. And I said, you keep Rice. She gave me Midtown. But that's what we have to do. And I'm going to say, everybody knows that I love 3rd Ward, District D, but in particularly 3rd Ward. And I know that we're not trying to create divisiveness by asking to regain those properties that are in the district. I certainly know that it's a task, and I don't want anybody to lose anything, and I'm not trying to say that the representation the representation of a people affects whether they participate. That should be one of our biggest goals, to make sure that African Americans participate, that Latinos participate, and I believe that the leadership makes a great impact on that. And so I don't know which map reflects best, because I know that everybody has to give something up. But I'm looking at 2A and 2C and hoping that at some point we can realize that it's bigger than what we are seeing. And to be able to engage the entire 3rd Ward, it's just like saying you have a student that goes to this school and you have a student that goes to that school. You do not get the cohesiveness in a community when you are going to do 2 different schools. And by that I'm saying that if you keep 3rd Ward as a major group in District 4, I believe that it would benefit the college, because the engagement with the trustee in all likelihood would include more of 3rd Ward than the current map. And so I dearly love Trustee Tamez, and she knows that. But hopefully we can get together and work this out and rework this so that 3rd Ward, which lost a great deal back in the other census. And I know I used to feel some kind of way, because I'm a Jack Yates grad, right? And District 4 did not at that particular time have Jack Yates. And so I just hope that we will look at the people and see that the people may feel that they are better served in 3rd Ward in District 4. And so I thank you, each and every one of you, for this opportunity. I know y'all serve dinner after this, and so I'll try to stick around. But no, I'm kidding. Anyway, but thanks, everybody, for this time. It's great to see everybody.
Thank you so much. Is Kamala Walker here? Same to you.
Hi, how are you? Distinguished trustees, thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. I am a Houstonian now by way of Washington, D.C. And, you know, when I landed here in Houston, one of the first, because I love the arts, one of the first places that I visited was the Museum of Fine Arts, where we had the students of Jack Yates that actually featured pictures of 3rd Ward and some of those historical places in 3rd Ward. And I just thought, as a new person coming from Washington, D.C., that was amazing to see. But I know that what's happening here is a little bit disturbing to me. You know, we talk about a 10-year census, but we're also talking about 300 years of disenfranchisement as it relates to the African American community. And there's a chipping away that I'm seeing that's happening, and I did have an opportunity to see the maps. And I am actually voting on behalf of 2A. I think that that's probably the best feature, because what it does is it keeps Emancipation Park, it keeps Yates, it keeps the Shape Center and some of those other historical sites intact. I think that it's a great representation for the community and community stakeholders who have, you know, we're talking about a long history and legacy as a residential concept, right? And that residential concept has been somewhat of a model, if you will, for other communities. And so I just would ask you to really consider 2A and keeping that intact for community stakeholders who have a long history and connection with 3rd Ward. I really admire the people there, and I admire all of the attributes and civil rights leaders who have actually engaged there, who've graduated from there. And it, you know, it somewhat models Washington, D.C., and I've watched the disenfranchisement of Washington, D.C. while I lived there for many years, and I see that it's actually happening here. You know, of course, we want the we want to have a great communication with our brown brothers and sisters. We're not asking for anything anything. It's not like sticking a stake in the Alamo, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a representation of that. And I really believe that Emancipation Park and those historical elements and those historical buildings that represent our community should stay there. And I just would wish that you all would really consider 2A, that particular map, as a mainstay as opposed to 1A. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you so much. Are there any others in the audience who would like to speak? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Flores.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I actually signed up to speak, so I'm not sure why my name wasn't on the list. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Lori Flores. I'm here on behalf of LULAC and also as an advocate for my community, Bonita Gardens, or La Bonita. La Bonita is located at the first exit past Loop 610 North and 59 North at Cross Timbers and just east of that intersection. More specifically, La Bonita is voting precinct 574, and it is currently located in HCC single-member District 2. The closest HCC campus to precinct 574 is the Northline campus located in District 1. It therefore makes no sense for precinct 574 to be located in District 1, which is a historically Latino-dominant district and where we would most likely be able to elect a candidate of our choice. This relocation could have been possible if we, the ordinary people, would have been informed in sufficient time to advocate for this movement. Now I realize it is too late for our request to be considered because so much time, human time, energy, and effort has been expended into creating the currently proposed plan or plans. So accommodating us now also does not make sense. But this might be a good time to suggest using computers instead of humans to try to sort through redistricting. I also want to suggest that in 10 years from now, at our next HCCS redistricting era, that a simple but very inclusive effort is made to reach all communities of this very important redistricting process. A few days ago, I received an unexpected email informing me of a forum being held by the Houston Archaeological and Historic Committee that would have a great impact on communities like mine, Bonita Gardens. The email was sent to all Civic Club contacts registered with the City of Houston, and fortunately, I was informed, as were many other civic leaders, who were able to participate in a timely manner so that our communities could be present and included in the decision-making process. So I am suggesting that HCCS, in its efforts to be most inclusive, to also reach out to the City of Houston's registered Civic Club contacts to spread the word more broadly. That being said, I am also here as a new member of LULAC, and I support the proposed 1A plan as it does not dilute Latino representation. Thank you. Was there a place to turn these papers in?
You can give them to Board Service Sharon in the red jacket. Thank you so much. You may come up, sir.
President Emeritus Maldonado, good afternoon to you and members of the advisory committee here present. I support 1A.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Could you state your name, please?
Jesus Cantu Medel, M-E-D-E-L.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So I reiterate, I support 1A going forward. As a Chicano Latino resident here in Houston, I don't see equal representation with regards to the taxes that we are paying. As has already been stated, we are 45% of Houston's population. So my question is, are we getting equal representation for the taxes that we are paying? And I don't see that that is the case today. Moreover, we need more equal representation with regards to the trustee boards that we have here before us, HCC. I also want to underscore the fact that Houston, Texas does not have a major Chicano Latino museum that can accommodate the cultural tourists that come into Houston. And in my opinion, it almost borders criminal activity of those monies not being appropriated to our community to have such a large-scale museum. There is a connection to having a major Chicano Latino museum in Houston in relation to the HCC community. We can give more opportunities to our students. We can give more opportunity for cultural tourism to come to our city, and many other advantages. So as a professor emeritus of HCC, having worked 15 years here, I am deeply concerned about the need for equal representation when we're being taxed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm sorry, come on. I didn't see. My apologies.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Rogers.
Good afternoon, Mr.
I am the president of Third Ward Super Neighborhood 67. I sent an email in and also dropped a hard copy of the email over to my right. After listening to the speakers before me and the presentation, there's one thing that struck me. I'm a spiritual person, and I lead with my heart. I see an opposition between black neighborhoods, between black and brown neighborhoods, and I was sitting there asking myself a question. Why don't I hear any complaints about this redistricting from my Caucasian brothers? Is it that it doesn't affect them? Does it only affect the black and brown communities? And I think, and I beg you, ask yourself that question. Why is the only ones that are screaming are the ones that are being stuck? Why isn't everybody else standing up? Or why isn't everybody getting at least pinched so that they would stand up and say something? This should be equal across the board. We should not be fighting with our brown brothers, saying, no, you're taking from me. We should not be fighting with our fellow black brothers in Sunnyside and South Park and Hiram Clark about this. This is not the fight. The fight is unjust redlining that's happening. That doesn't affect our Caucasian brothers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any individuals online who have questions. Are there any online questions? Comments? So I would take that as a no. Okay. If there are no questions, Lisa, do you have any additional information you'd like to present?
The only additional information is a reminder to the public that our special meeting to adopt a final map is going to be on April 19th, and there's still another opportunity to submit comments even after today. We've got through February 28th to submit comments either online or the redistricting email or proposed maps. If you would like to see the presentations of any prior presentation to the board, they're available on HCC's website. You can remember this long address here, or you can just remember www.hccs.edu. That's the front page of HCC's website. There's a green banner across the top. You click on that, and they'll take you right to the redistricting webpage. When you submit a comment, you can see map 1A, but you're also directed, if you want to see every other map that the board has considered, you're directed to that presentation that presents those maps. That's the 2 series of maps that you heard a few people talk about today, 2A, 2B, 2C, as well as their demographic data. Again, you have through February 28th to submit any comments, submit any proposed maps, and there are 2 ways to do that, on the website or through the redistricting email.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Trustees, if you have any questions, you can direct them to Ms. McBride and her team based on what you've heard today. Are there any questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you.
And I want to thank everyone who came out to speak on behalf of the redistricting. And we are here to make the best decision, not just for District 1 or District 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. We're here to make the best decisions that will accommodate Districts 1 through 9 as a whole. And I promise you that we will vote to make the best decision to accommodate each elected district. Trustee Stallworth, I saw you had something to say.
Well, I have to say, I really appreciate the process in having the communities to speak their voices by community meetings. It was very important to my community. A large part of my community was not able to attend because they do not come out at night, my seniors, but they will get the same information. I will have to send that to them. And they had a lot of questions. This is a community that had to literally fight to build schools in District 9 from 1958. So they have a very clear understanding of how education dramatically impacts their community. And they clearly understand, and they're in their 80s and a few of them are in their 90s. So they were the people who made sure that children like me and like Trustee Linton Gary could actually go to school in their communities because there were no schools. Even our Commissioner Precinct 1, Commissioner Rodney Ellis, those schools were built during the time that he was in grade school. So these people have a clear understanding of what's happening and what redistricting looks like for them and how those boundary lines dramatically impact their communities. So I do want to thank the Thompson-Horton team and Lisa McBride as their leader because you took a lot of time. You listened carefully. You did your best to make this as less painful as possible. We absolutely knew it would be painful. But thank you because you did listen. And I do appreciate the feedback that you gave me, in particular for what happens to District 9 for maps, for each of the maps. You were very clear about what would happen. And so thank you for your candid conversation with me. It was greatly appreciated. And I think I'd still have some community leaders that are still need to talk to you. They don't have their questions answered. So I have directed them to email you so that they can get their questions answered. Thank you.
And I just want to make one final comment. I appreciate the work you and your team have done, Lisa. And also, I want, and I am going to vote on the map that meets the criteria, and that's less disruptive, because it would be unfair to focus on one portion of our city and not consider the impact of every district. So thank you for making sure you guys came up with a map that meet the criteria and is least disruptive, because it is very important for us as incumbents to keep our voter base. So thanks again. Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Trustee Reichart.
I know, based on the comments, it would lead one to possibly believe that we're a divided board. And I want to assure folks that we work together to make things better for all of Houston Community College. There are going to be places we agree and places we disagree, but I'll tell you, it has been, especially these past 2 years on this board, it has been amazing that we have a diverse group of folks who can truly focus on the issues and work together to move us forward. Because if you look at this board, not one group has a majority here. So we cannot go forward without working together. And it is truly an honor to be able to work with my peers up here on this board that I have learned so much from, each one of them. And, I hear your concerns and I have so much respect for them. And thank you for coming out to speak. I just wanted to give one voice here on this board as a Latina, as a woman, that it has been an honor to work together with my fellow trustees. And I hope that we see the results that truly happen when we do work together for all individuals inside of this district. Thank you.
Trustee Tamez.
I do. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed at each of the community meetings and today as well. And so I concur with my colleagues in that when we look at the criteria, it is about right now, not about the past, not about any of that. Right now it is, what is the census telling us? What do we have to do to make sure that we meet all of this criteria? And then what is the least disruptive for each district in our system? That is what we put at the forefront when we're going through this redistricting, and it happens at every level of government. You have to take all of it into consideration. We all would like it to look a certain way. We all would want this perfect district to look like a certain way, but in the end, we have to look at the bigger picture. And ultimately, for me, it's about the opportunity districts and protecting that for Black and brown communities. Important, and that's what drives me. It's making sure that in the end we protect that. And so when we start, drawing the lines or doing something somewhere that then affects the others, it will impact District 9. It will impact District 8 and other districts, so that then those in that community can't vote for that person who they want representing them and looks like them. So there's all of these things that come into play as we listen to you. Very important, the contributions in terms of your input, and that we take. But as well, just so that you understand what we have to deal with in terms of how we look at this, not individually really, we have to look at it collectively as a system. And I want to thank my colleagues, because we continue to go down that path. We continue to do that, and we will continue to do that as we look at this until we get to that point of finalization. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Flowers.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to everyone. Thank you, of course, to Thompson and Horton, the team that's worked, and all of the community members that have worked and spoken up on this. And what I can say is that it's been my job to talk about the issue, but also bring the issue forward and tell the story of Third Ward, to tell the story of the community members. And I feel that I've done that job. This is not about one person, as my colleague has said. And it is about all of our communities. And we all understand that we have to give up something to get something. And I think we should all be okay with that. And the path of least resistance, I understand it, but it's not always the best path. And when we look back at a map that did not take into consideration a community of interest when it was drawn, did not adequately inform the community that it was happening, the voices just were not heard. And so the constituents of Third Ward have spoken out, and we hear you, and we appreciate you. And it is demonstrated in the maps that have been presented, which are lots of maps that have demonstrated that all of our communities can be protected, our seats can be protected, the representation reflective of the trustees seated in those seats can be protected, it can be done, and I thank you for giving that to us. But we have to select as a board, what map can we go forward with? And with the maps, there's no dilution. There's no dilution of population. And that's exciting, and particularly when you talk about protecting a community of interest, a historical community like Third Ward. I just want to, again, thank everyone. I thank you for expressing your concerns about the monuments, the churches, the organizations, the things that have been lost, and the desire to have those things placed back. And I want you to know that we've heard you, and I've tried to carry your voice
and amplify your voices as best I can as one person, but we are a board that speak as one. At least we try to as much as we can. We are all human. But I'd like to just say in closing that it's just never too late to do the right thing. And when we know that something happened that's wrong, we can fix it, and we can do better, and we can be better as a people. And I just hope that as a board, we take all of the voices and all of the concerns of all of the constituents into consideration in making the best decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flowers. Anyone else? You know, I have something else to say because I don't want this to look like a racial divide. And because it's not, we will not allow it to be a racial divide, because we're setting the example for the students at this institution. And we don't want them to think that we're sitting here fighting based on ethnicity. I am a product of Third Ward. I played on Wichita, I played on Rosedale. My kids went to St. Mary's School, private school. They went to St. Peter's. I belong to St. Mary's. So I know Third Ward. I've known Third Ward since birth. I left the hospital and went to my grandparents' home on Wichita. So I know Third Ward, and I deeply care. I care about every part of this city. And I care because we have young people in it looking at us as examples, trying to find direction and see where they want to go, what they want to do. They're looking for the perfect role models. And we come in every corner. But with this redistricting, I believe that we have to do what is best to accommodate all 9 districts. We have to meet the criteria and follow the path of least resistance, because many districts can be impacted. We're not, some of us are here that will be impacted tremendously. I'm one of them. I have made a sacrifice with my district, but the sacrifice is necessary because we are growing. We are growing, and this room is full. I want to see this room full like this to come back and talk about something that Dr. Lira said. He talked about student achievement, college readiness. That's more important. That deserves much more time than the time we are pouring into this. This is very important. Don't misunderstand me. And everyone should stand up for what they believe in and what they think is right. But I want us to realize that we need to come and fight and stand up for student achievement, college readiness, and student success like we're fighting over this redistricting. We never have people coming in here talking about that. It would be great if you guys get on the bandwagon and say, okay, I'm fighting for redistricting now. I'm knocking on the doors to say, students, we need students at HCC. Here is what you can do to have a better future. Thank you, and that's my final comment. Are there any other comments? Okay. Trustee Laredo.
Thank you. I also like to say thank you to the community that went out and went to the different sessions that were provided. And it was something that, you know, we've done it. This is my 3rd round on this one. No, my 2nd round. But this is the one that has the most interest. And again, it's, I went to, you know, I grew up on the east side, but yet when I was given an opportunity to go to college, I went to TSU. And so I know the area. And so I always felt like, you know, I was glad that they brought me into TSU because I got to integrate, you know, and we talk about disintegrate, integrate, and then I said, you know, this is an opportunity for us to really diversify. I see the community as very diversified, and that's what we're seeing even in my east side. We're getting very diversified. So yes, even though I don't want to lose by us accepting one of the other maps, that pushes me out north. And so I lose the community that I've worked with for 15 years. This is my 15th year on the board. And I tell my friends, I need a quinceañera because, you know, this is my 15th. And so I've seen so much happen. And in the board, yes, we represent one district during election time. That's the only time that I see that we're bounded by that area. Otherwise, when we're here, it's about working for all the students. It's about working for all the communities. You cannot do anything with one vote. You know, we need the majority vote. And so we all work together, and we do talk to each other, and then we share our experiences and our needs. So it's just unfortunate that we have to go through this redistricting, and you guys are the ones that drew the lines for us, and that's, you know, we're having to go over them. We've listened to all these presentations till we know them back and forth, you know, and here we go again, another presentation. But it's the same thing. But yet, you know, I wish it could stay the way it was, you know, and yes, we all can work together, and we can all include, you know, you say historical third ward. Well, you have historical fourth ward. You have historical second ward. You have historical sixth ward. So they're all historical. So there's not one area that's just historical, okay? So, and the areas have changed. That I don't know what the population or what the demographics are now in this area, but it's changed, and you see it every week. You see it. My second ward district over there, it's changed. It's not those old homes that we had, shotgun homes. You're seeing condos. You're seeing new territories. Everything is changing in the city, and so I just want to say that we're here for all, not just one segment of the people. We're here for all. And yes, we need to see more students. We need to have more opportunities for them. And so I just want my words are, we're here about all and not just one group. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Okay, if there are no other comments, the meeting of the special meeting is now adjourned at
3:25 p.m.
I need a 5-minute break.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, so it's a PDF too. So now I gotta turn it into a PowerPoint. So open it up. Then, okay. Now I'm gonna say file. It's ridiculous. Save as. Export to Microsoft PowerPoint presentation. Save it in movies so I know where it's at.
Good afternoon. The special meeting for February 15th, 2023 will now come to order at
3:36 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak. We will begin with item A, report on FY 2024 budget development, Board Budget Workshop Number 2, overview of budget topics and preliminary forecast. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, as you know, we're moving through our budget process, beginning slowly, bringing the orientation packets to the board so we can reorient ourselves and be ready for the decisions that the board's going to have to make regarding the budgeting process toward the end of the spring semester, early summer. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines. And please keep in mind that some of the numbers in here are an outlook only. They're not proposed. They're not in any other way asking for the board to consider them, other than that's where our numbers are today as we work through internally, each division chief submitting budget requests and us going through the process of prioritizing and getting our budget alignment in place to bring back to the board. With that, your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor. Chancellor made some good comments there that this is the really good first look we have at the budget draft, be the first one. We're still missing a lot of data. We're missing, as I mentioned earlier, the Harris County tax revenue confirmation. We're missing the state appropriations calculations, but we have some rough ideas what that is. I'll show you. We're missing the enrollment forecast process, which you'll hear a little bit about after this presentation, and then look at some of the recommended initiatives for fiscal 24. And today is for an update and input from you and me sharing information that we have to date. So I'll go forward with this. So if you look at the list of the agenda, I want to talk a little bit about sustainability. That probably 7 or 8 months ago at a meeting, a trustee asked me, what my definition was for a balanced budget. And I said, that's a very large question, but I'll give you my best answer. And so the answer that I really threw out there was that, revenues cover expenses, revenues cover debt, that we're able to invest back in the college out of the operating budget, not having to dip into the fund balance, every time you have to spend something. That we can adequately maintain our physical and our human assets that we have, which we seem to struggle with each year. Demonstrate stewardship for our students' costs, staff, faculty, fairness in what we offer them. Talking about the sources that fund HCCS, also showing good stewardship with those resources for revenue. That we provide value for the expenditures we make, whether they be out of the operating budget or other sources and grants, and that we provide the best value that HCC be that the best value in our district and in our region. I wanted to point that out, and I won't read all these to you. Some of these you've seen many times. This is the vision statement of HCC. And so, working towards sustaining a budget here, just some points that. So student success enrollment, that's been a focus by HCC for a long time, and now it's reached the proper place for the state to focus on this as they create the state funding model for appropriations that's based on success enrollment, not just the number of students you have enrolled in your program. That the budget is aligned with the HCC strategic plan. That we move forward, that the student success, financial compliance, and sustainability are at the forefront of what we do. Management and instructional faculty efficiency, review and streamline the processes, reducing redundancy where possible, and using new technology as it's available. and have to have, obviously, funding to not only pay for the initial cost of that, but to carry it on through a sustained operating budget for a long time after the initial purchase. Further develop online college student satisfaction and enrollment, and if you recall, we have the online studio as well as the digital divide labs that are being funded by HERF that will help us create a really great system with 22 locations across our college system. So talking about what's different this year than in the last couple of years for us as we go through the process, that, as I mentioned earlier, the pandemic, for all intents and purposes, that the government even has said that it's winding down. Inflation continues, though, and salaries are important and operating expenses are important for us. Economic hardship for students and digital divide remains. That hasn't gotten any better for our communities that we serve. We still need to be that college that helps them along the path of receiving their certificates and their degrees. The online college initiative process, the middle bullet there, so no HERF revenue for supports that were lost, so we need to work on tuition growth and have revenue sources from tuition and fees. We need to grow our lease income. We look at state appropriation. And what we see, probably the worst case scenario from what we're hearing so far, is we may see a plus or minus $2.5 million for HCC based on the success model that they're bringing forward. But that won't happen until May, and when we have that finalized. And then the ad valorem tax, there was a little flack from a couple of groups about capping what we'd be able to raise if we wanted to raise. And then ad valorem tax status, we're still waiting for that from HCAD. In mid-April. And then administration and faculty positions balanced with ratio of needs so that we have the proper staffing, the proper faculty, and the types of faculty and staffing that we need to have a college of choice. I want to talk about bullet one, very important. This is something that has continued to grow. And it's not just HCC, it's the city, it's the state, it's a national issue that being able to compete and hire employees and faculty that we need requires several things. One is the ability to recruit. Students that react to faculty that are good. We want to have top faculty that can teach. So whether it's staff or faculty, recruitment needs to be a strong focus for us. I can tell you recently I've had several experiences in several different areas where you get minimal responses. I had one that went out that had 0 respondents. The search committee said no one came in that we can recommend. The next one had 2 people that came in they could recommend, and neither one of those were acceptable. So we have to look at the fundamental cause of that, and Izzy and her team and talent engagement are doing a great job of changing that. Performance. We have some people that work really hard, and we want to recognize them in some form or fashion for what they do and incentivize people to do better at what they do. And then lastly on that bullet there, a career path. If you come to work at HCC, in most areas with few exceptions, we should be able to show them a career path that if you come here and you build a career and you want to retire as your goal from HCC, that you see a career path that you become an expert in many different areas, not just maybe the one you chose when you were fresh out of college. Evaluate class section management. We're working hard on that with some of the Huron information about the number of classes, the minimum student numbers per class, et cetera. Initiative for non-optional expenses, for M&O expenses, and the impact of inflation, which I said earlier is going down. Looking at hours and days that we're open. Today we're still open 78 buildings, 24/7 a week, and that does cost money for us. Dual credit waivers, we've talked about that earlier. The MOUs with our partners are important. They have budget problems as well. The multi-faceted differential tuition, some classes cost a lot more than other classes. And so, do you work in a model that, it takes a lot of information to gather and then to assess before you do that. And so to charge more for classes that actually cost more because of the supplies or the time, et cetera. Analysis of homestead and over 65 exemptions. We're currently modeling what that means. We've listened to what people have said. If you look at the Harris County tax base, it continues to grow. We expect it to be flat in 24 or growing slightly because people are still building homes and homes are still selling. But the average cost now, or the median cost for a single family home, continues to rise even despite increasing interest rates, trying to maybe push that off a little bit. So we want to be fair to our constituents who pay the taxes for us. And then use of fund balance reserves for funding strategic capital. You'll see a couple slides in here about that. And then declining our HCC debt. That should be another focus as well. And you've seen some of these funding opportunities in other presentations. I won't go into these in details. Probably the one, my favorite one that I'm trying to focus on a lot is website development. That's our front door. It has to be a pipeline. It has to be a resource. If you look at all the people that rely on that to have information, updates, their way to enroll, we have to get really good at opening our front door and cycling people through the enrollment process and satisfying their needs so they don't go off to someplace that is easier to get to enrolled in. So looking at strategic plan priorities, we're looking at academic rigor and quality. We want to demonstrate academic rigor and quality. We want to have that institutional wide. We want to have personalized learning that fits all students. And then college of choice, we continue to talk about it, and it's time really to come up with some ideas and concepts about how we do that. You've seen this schedule before. I won't spend any time on that. We're still tracking on budget. There's no meeting in March. That gives us a lot of time, and you'll hear from the enrollment team that they bring forward that they're going to use that time also to bring forward in April some hard recommendations on enrollment that we can use. And you'll see basically a plug number or a guess for us, and when I get to the last page, which is our template. So financial progress towards sustainability, just some slides to go through. These are all great news, and these show how well HCC has done through the pandemic, and I would put up HCC up against most of the colleges I've ever wrote about and universities as well. And you look at 2019, actual cash on hand of $210 million on that top bar. And then you look at 20, we're at 233. 21, we're at 228. And then in fiscal 22, we're at $256 million. And as I said earlier in the finance report, we're not going to see a big reward from HERF this year. It's just maybe $2 million at most. And then you look at the actual days cash on hand, 234 versus the required 180 days. And there's a graphic chart below that that shows you how much higher that we have grown. And so I wanted to pull in a little comparison for you to look at other institutions. And I really want us to start focusing on large urban comparison and peers, and not just looking at a small community college in a very rural county. So you look at this and you see us at 314 days. You look at Alamo at 260, but then you see everybody else, Austin, Lone Star, San Jac, right at their minimum. They're much lower than us, so we're very strong in what we have. And so the bond ratings that we have, these are not something that they just hand out very easily. You have to earn these, and you build it up over a period of years. And our top 3 ratings are top ratings, and the other 2.5 are number 2 ratings. I mean, we've done an incredible job of managing burden, and we came through the COVID experience without much skin being lost, and we've actually flourished a little bit in many areas. And I want to look at the debt trend for a minute. If you start with 2015 at $1.3 billion, and you look at when I came here, the college was spending on the 2013 capital improvement program was $450 million addition to what we had. We are at $699 million, and that is as of fiscal year 22 year end that's been booked. And for 23, we expect to go down another $40 to $45 million. So we're having a really great trend. The rating agencies love this. If we ever do go out for money again for bonds, they're going to look at us very positively. I suspect we would be oversubscribed in the market if we offered something. I can't emphasize how important this is for us. Kind of like if you're buying your home, you want to raise your FICO score, your credit score. Everybody counsel on that for you, and you want to be able to have the best you can and get the best rates. Question I received earlier was our tax rate. And if you look at the top chart in tax year 22, we were 9.5 cents. And then 21, we were 9.9 cents. So we've actually had a reduction of about 3.6 in the tax rate. And I heartily recognize that doesn't mean there wasn't more money coming into HCC. There's a tax revenue increase because the tax base went up. But we have been reducing tax rates. And then you go through the center, some of the verbiage in there. And so we talk about what I said earlier about examining what homestead exemptions may mean if we change something, but noting that we did this in 2020, going from 10% to 50%, and that our tax rate is lower than 44 of the 50 colleges throughout the state of Texas. And that includes those small or rural colleges that I talked about. But if you look at the big urban colleges, they are not doing that. And then down at the bottom, I just threw down there some information about the over 65 and the homestead, what it is today. And then we're modeling what some changes could be. And you'll see that at the April meeting with some of our results that we've come up with. Looking at the local peer tuition and fee structure, this is another area. It's something to be proud of, but it certainly does impact our revenue. And, you know, if you look at the bar chart on the right, dragging out across the side, you've got Wharton Junior College at 1,260, Alamo at 1,250, Austin at 1,240, Lone Star at 1.152, and then HCC at 1,020, and then San Jac just under 1,000. But there's some footnote in there about their tuition structure. You know, I would encourage us to look more at some of the large urban colleges, because it costs a lot more to build facilities, operate facilities, hire people, retain people, and buy supplies in large urban areas than it does in small counties, and not as much as expected in small rural counties as well. Talking about the revenue philosophy, some of it's the same you've heard from me before. I'll start on the left margin. And you talk about tuition and fees, and basically that's a multiplier of the tuition rate times the number of people we have enrolled at the college. So it's good to grow enrollment, and I'm hopeful that our consultants and our team will bring forward some opportunities for that. I think the college is poised for growth in that area. And you look at that line item, I won't read them all to you, but we need to fulfill the needs of our students and communities. No matter what we do, we have to do that. And we want to serve the communities that help support us. And not only their tax revenue, but by sending their children here to come, and their adults that come here that work and try to obtain a certificate or try to obtain a college degree. Ad valorem tax, maintain a competitive tax rate. But given the economic realities, the taxpayers will continue to fund. And you see the pie chart down at the bottom. 50% is ad valorem taxes. But if you look at the last bullet, I'll just read it to you. It says, due to the number of taxpayers versus the students, raising taxes generally has been a relatively small impact on taxpayers than raising tuition fees for students. I don't think you should ever expect to be able to balance a one-for-one ratio by reducing property taxes and then raising tuition fees at an equal amount in terms of revenue. It just won't work, and it's too difficult for the students to try to participate in that. State appropriations, I think HCC, with our success points and the things that we get credit for, will do well in the remodeling structure. Ramel is keeping me informed of what's going on in Austin. But again, we won't know that exact number in their model until they vote in May. I'll talk about operating budgets and revenue components just for a minute. So you go through here and look at some of them. I won't read all of them to you. I'll just go through a few. The new proposed funding model does three things. It rewards colleges for positive outcomes, ensures equity access through financial aid. We still have to provide that, and we won't have HERF anymore. So we have to be able to get that financial aid to us so we can give it to our students and our communities. And then third one there, help community colleges increase capacity to meet the rapidly changing workloads. Everybody keeps reading articles about what's going on, not just in Houston, across the country though, and shortage of certificates and people that don't want a degree, they want a certificate, and they can go right to work at a job that pays a living wage. The major recommended change is to fund school based on numbers of students who complete their certificates, complete degree programs, and transfer to a four-year university. So that's what we're focusing on, and that's what we will be building our model on. And I'll skip down to the bottom there a little bit, and then the draft Texas Community College is helping Texans achieve their full potential while uplifting the entire state, if not the country. Another chart, just quickly on the appropriations. You can see where it was in 2018 at $68 million. For 24, we're budgeting about $64 million. And we've got, as I said, about $4.9 million last year and the year before via HERF to fill that gap. So we're starting off this fiscal 24 budget having to make up ourselves that $5 million difference. This is another interesting slide, and we've used this the last 3 or 4 years. And if you look from left to right, the purple color at the bottom, if you look at your chart, that's tuition and fees. And this year I've done something different. I've added some red dots to that. You see HCC far over on the left-hand margin. We're the fourth college from the left. And to our left are Wharton, Midland, College of the Mainland. Those are not large urban schools. And you see U of H. And then you go up to kind of the middle of the chart and through the far right of the chart, you know, you've got your Alamo, Lone Star, Tarrant, you've got Austin, and you see that purple bar means the percentage of their funding from tuition and fees. And you can see how, like on the far right, how big those bars are compared to where we are on the left. And it shows where we rank in terms of revenue that comes in from those functions. And then yellow is the state appropriations, and that's up to each school. You know, the colleges that have larger enrollments have a kind of a leg up on everybody else, and then they've got only quality to function with. And then you look at the green, which is your ad valorem taxes, and you can see that on the far left-hand side, you know, we're one of the largest, you know, income property tax collectors, and that's goes smaller, but you have to balance that green line with, you know, having taxes come in, as I said, that don't impact the students, and then you've got it on the right where you've got high tuition fees, which does impact the students. And just a HCC historical funding trend mix, and there's not a whole lot of deviation here. Tuition fees, you know, looking at the top line, and then 33% is the green, which is the tuition fees, and then you've got the orange, looking at ad valorem taxes and state appropriations being 20%. So there might be a percent or 2 point difference, but there's not been a tremendous amount of movement in that. So our major expense components, again, this is not anything new. Human capital is important to HCC. If you don't have a good faculty member, if you don't have a good staff member, it's going to cost you a lot more than paying a little bit less money for those people. I'd rather have good, talented, committed individuals. So you look at talent engagement as a huge focus. We have built into this budget estimate, as we did this year, a 2% merit increase, a 2% COLA adjustment, and then the third bullet is an alignment. We still have positions that we've already done some this year, and both faculty and staff, and we want to align those again in fiscal 24. And then again, recent high inflation has caused operating expenses to increase each year, but by far, as you know, the salaries and bennies are our biggest cost of our budget completely. And I want to emphasize one more time down in that bottom left corner as we look at this, that what you have to attract, what's not on there, I didn't put it on there because I don't know what the answer is to it yet, but you know, the work from home conundrum, you know, do you let people work from home? Do you let them work virtually 100%? Do you have them a hybrid program? That's now something that, you know, we have to develop soon, but I've seen so many failed models already across the country that didn't work, and I've seen some that are currently working, but we don't know if they'll work. And once you do it and you say you're going to do it and you're going to offer this comp and you're going to have this type of work program, I want something that the college puts together that works for everybody and works long term. And I don't know that anybody has a fix for that yet. But that's another key, especially the younger generation. They've gotten used to, they've grown up now with the graduates from college during COVID are used to working from home. Historical operating expense trends. Again, you're looking at the operating expense is the orange, and you can look at the blue, which is salary and benefits. You can see how that dwarfs anything else that we spend money on. Maintenance and repair is the darker blue. It's a tiny little sliver, and I don't want everybody to forget that we still have the deferred maintenance issue that we need to deal with, and it hasn't really gotten any better with inflation, and we're slowly making some progress on it. One, by budgeting $10 million, maybe $15 million in 24 towards that, We're still replacing roofs and closing and building envelopes, and that's basic maintenance. As I said earlier on my first slide, was that we have to take care of our physical plant, and that's part of that. And then you look at the top, transfers and debt. Again, you see that is a small percentage, and the yellow is utilities, which basically flat. So I'm going to show you, take a look at this before I flip the slide here. I want to just make sure that everybody understands this is the first pass. We're still missing a lot of the information, but it gives you an idea of where we are based on what we do know. And before I start this, I've got 2 slides I want to walk through quickly, and I'd be happy to answer questions on this slide. But I keep hearing some questions that come from the trustees over the last 3 years about HERF and what it does. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through this model. The HERF grant box where the national capital is on that corner, and it talks about HERF grant revenue in that little orange box. And you get to lost revenues. That money can flow from Washington and basically go into 4 places. It can go into lost revenue recoveries, which is the top box, and which we're saying was $58 million. And it can go in the second box, which is financial aid, which today that number is $110 million. I'm very proud of HCC that we were able to give $110 million, and we didn't have to spend it on operating expenses to run the college because we were good at managing costs. Third box is abnormal COVID expenses during 20 to 23 of $28 million. That means that we were buying PP and masks and the millions of signs you saw around, or we had screeners and thermometers and things like that. We spent the extra $23 million, but we got that back. But that didn't help our normal operating expenses. That was just the above and beyond COVID costs. And so those last 2 boxes go into that middle box in the center there that says only reimburses unbudgeted direct expense to contain, clean, protect during COVID. So that's not money that we put in fund balance. That's not money that we put in our budget. That's money that we had like an emergency expense. We had to spend it, and the feds reimbursed us for that. The second box, the financial aid, 100% goes where it just says students in that center box. And then you go down to the bottom, and then you see the ad valorem tax, state appropriations, the student tuition, and fees. Those are our 3-legged stool that we live off of, basically. And those go into funding our annual operating budget, and that's where most of the money comes from. There's 4 or 5 other smaller buckets, one of which, as I mentioned earlier, our investment portfolio is now throwing off probably this year maybe $3 or $4 million. So that's something significant compared to a few $100,000 the last 3 years. And then at the very top, again, just one more look at, if you've got the San Jacinto Old High School at Central, where we were at required $147 million. We're at $211 million and $256, and as of today, we're even higher than that as we go forward. And then one quick slide here, again, the same fund balance in that bucket over there, and what we're going to do with that. But then on the left, these are some potential, not even well vetted. They haven't been brought to the board, but except again, you see the website on there, and you see debt reduction on there. You see things, resiliency, ROC, program enhancements. The Chancellor's Executive Council will vet all these through, and these will come to the board one at a time for discussion and visiting that. But might we look at some of the extra we have in the fund balance and help bring HCC back to that opportunity to be the college of choice? And here's what I said earlier. Don't rely on this yet because it's very preliminary. This is the operating budget. I've showed you the same type of chart the last 3 or 4 years. We have a $15 million negative, but we haven't baked in really more than we know. You see down at the bottom, the input, we had ad valorem taxes are flat. We've been forecasting a flat forecast. There's very good probability that we may see a growth in our tax base again, which means that we may see more tax revenue, even if we didn't raise taxes. Tuition fees, we put in a 2% increase, and I think you'll hear more on that after this presentation. Contract services, utilities, we built in a very modest 3% inflationary increase. We're trying to manage the expenses rather than just throwing money at them and letting them continue to do the same thing over and over, and that's been a very time-consuming issue. And then salaries and benefits, of course, 4% increase, and the $1.5 million for alignment. And if you tie that down to the second green bar going across, salaries and benefits for 23 were $256 million, and you see that growing to $266 million in 2024. There's no mystical magic or anything there. We put in $15 million into the deferred maintenance program instead of 10. We don't know if we can balance that or not. Don't forget, we have the state appropriations, which are down from what they were, so we'll have to make that up as well. This is intended not to create a shock factor or anything. This is just an update of where we are, knowing what we have today, and having lots of options for many different ways to bring this budget back into balance by increasing revenues or reducing operating expenses. So I thank you for your attention and listening to me talk with you today. This is the second meeting we have, and like I said, I'm looking forward to the April meeting because we'll have so much more data to give you, and we will have time to model some of the things that we talked about in this presentation to show how we will help impact the college operations. So thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Are there any questions? Dr. Van Stalwart.
Can you share with the board in print, which might take you a few days, what this impact is going to look like when the change in the funding formula occurs? Because currently we do contact hour reimbursement, correct? And a basic operating budget that the state gives us. That is absolutely going to change, and we are going to be required to be funded based on outcomes.
Yes.
So with the student population that we have and the graduation rate that we have, we're going to be very impacted. So we'd like to see a scenario of what can happen to us when, not if, when the Texas legislature approves that bill that's been written or almost written.
That's correct, and there's two bienniums we're looking at. We're looking at 24, and 25, and 26, and 27 that will have some impact from this vote. And again, as I mentioned in the presentation, right now we're looking $2 to $3 million positive for HCC, but we can model that for you and show it. We have done that.
Yeah. To expand a little bit on that, the numbers that Marshall just quoted are for the current model. We are the process. We're probably a couple of months away from modeling what the impact is going to be. Very rough numbers that we've looked at, it's positive. And particularly when you look at including funding for the underserved populations and for our VAST program and for additional supplemental health for mental health support and food insecurities, the type of things that we're now as a community college are being expected to support. So there's still a lot of discussion, and right now there's every community college is guessing at what that value might be and plugging them in spreadsheets. So we're sort of doing the same thing, but we're not deep enough into the legislative process to come up with a number. What we're working on is doing a break-even analysis of what we have right now, what do those numbers need to be, and then adding the increase in the number of completers. So you'll hear in a little bit in my report some of the great work that our team has done in reducing the time to graduation, which is increasing the number of graduates, has a reducing impact on enrollment, but it increases throughput, which is what we're looking to be funded for in the future. Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 9, you've got some current funding opportunities. And bullet point number 3 is healthcare programs. And one of the things that I would like to see the college do this year is really increase our scholarships and our funding for the healthcare programs. Here we are in the city of Houston, who has the largest and greatest medical center in the world. We've got a 9-story building over there that has 3 floors rented or filled. We need to fill the other 6. And I think this is a natural for us as a community college and something that we should look forward to budgeting this year. And we're going to have to, as a board, discuss this and we're going to have to, as a board, make a commitment to spend some money. So I wanted to get this out early, so I'd let everyone know what I'm looking to do for the budget and looking to do and increasing enrollment here with what we've got.
I agree with you that being in Houston, Texas, the home of the Texas Medical Center, the home of the largest, best medical center in the world, we do have two buildings there, though, one that's full and one that has 3 floors vacant. So I would be working with Phil. He's been working with his team already, and they've got a plan in place. But thank you for the input.
You know, Trustee Wilson, thank you for bringing that up and making that comment, because I wholeheartedly agree with you, because as we know, you know, and I really know, as much as I've been in the hospitals with my parents, the healthcare industry is in dire need for people like us to come in and train in order to fill vacant positions that they cannot fill because they can't find the trained people. So I really think we need to spend monies investing in the healthcare programs.
That's very correct. And that's where it's nice to be able to offer certificates for the folks that just want to go to get 1 or 2 licenses to move up in the level or to get into the industry. And then they can also get a nursing degree. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Glazer.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. Chancellor, I know we've you know, over the years here, we've had basically, as far as when it comes to ad valorem tax revenue, we're pretty much maxing out. I mean, you can shuffle the shells around, but we're basically maxing out the revenue. So I want to continue to push for, since we're going to end up doing that. I mentioned earlier in one of the previous meetings about the Houston Housing Authority and some of their issues. But that's why I want to continue to push exemptions in seniors and disabled and homestead folks, because if we're going to take this chunk of cash out of the community, I want to at least push it off to the businesses and other areas and offer the preferences where we need to, and that is the members of the community that can probably least afford it. And when you think about affordability and our tax rates, you know, everybody that lives in an apartment or rented facility in Houston pays these taxes. They may not pay it as a separate line item, but they're paying it with their rent check. So when we take their money, we need to do good. And I appreciate the presentation. As a board member, I can easily get sucked into the game of the details here, but you know, we're a board, so we kind of have to focus on executive summaries and KPIs and outcomes, and that's. We leave the prioritization to you guys and to get the best results with the resources that we have. So I appreciate the efforts, and I look forward to seeing where we go this season. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
We will move to item B, preliminary enrollment planning projects, FY 2023 to 2024. This is also a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item, but before we move forward, I would like to say that find out if it's really necessary for this presentation, because we all received the information. And have you reviewed it, trustees? Or, okay. So are there any questions? Because they're up here prepared to.
They are prepared, Madam Chair, to offer a brief summary if you'd like that.
A brief summary, that would be great, if you can offer a brief summary.
Ultimately, the presentation should be seen as kind of the precursor to a more detailed analysis and plan that will be presented to you in April. I would also encourage you to view the labor market trend data that's in the regular meeting packet as a parallel to this one. So I'll leave it at that. Chris, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Krishilis with Huron Consulting Group, and I'm joined by my colleague, Frederick Lehusen, and I appreciate you reviewing the slides in advance. I would like to just give a quick summary of our primary findings. And I think our purpose here today was really to we're partnering with HCC to develop data-informed projections for enrollment over the course of the next 5 years. And there are really two big steps to that process. The first is today, and that's the presentation before you, where we're sharing an overview of HCC's enrollment trends over the course of the last couple of years, and then taking that in light of market trends and projections, and then saying, from what we see in our trends and what we see in the market, what might the future hold for enrollment at HCC? When we come back in April, we will put specific and explicit targets and numbers to that. But the purpose again today is just to provide you with a summary of what we view generally the future might look like. And so just in terms of our executive summary of this initial analysis, you see on slide 6 that this is basically our summary in one page. So on the left, you see HCC trends, the key things that jumped out to us. If you combine that with the market trends and projections that we're seeing, we arrive at the emerging hypotheses. I will just say that before I go into some of these key statements, our primary outcome, our primary takeaway is that while HCC has experienced a decline in enrollment headcount over the last 3 years, while the national trend was year-over-year decline, HCC experienced a one-time roughly 17% decline in enrollment from fall 19 to fall 20, and then was actually able to hold relatively stable at the 2020-2021 levels. Despite those recent historical trends, we do believe that the market trends and projections that we'll walk through are signaling that growth may be on the horizon across all student segments. So just a few quick observations from HCC's enrollment trends. So again, fall enrollment has declined or did decline 17% since fall 19, but again, the primary decline was in that fall 19 to 20 time period. Again, obvious reasons, that was when COVID hit. HCC then did a very nice job of kind of treating fall 20 as a enrollment reset and have seen that stabilize since fall 2020. I will also note that during the last couple of years, HCC has done a phenomenal job at increasing applications due to the hard work of many admissions counselors across the district. The next step is now converting those applications to enrollments. We also explored a couple of key segments. Recent high school graduates have declined 9 to 13%, while adult learners have recovered after an initial decline from fall 19 to fall 20. And lastly, we also looked at in-district versus out-of-district enrollment and found that, again, in-district has experienced a decline of roughly 24%, but the out-of-district enrollment has increased by about 9.4% in that same time period. So again, I think the key takeaway from HCC's trends is that there was an initial decline, stabilized since, and we see positive signs for growth as evidenced by these market trends and projections. So first, a fact, HCC's trends mirror what we're seeing across the country in Texas and among your peers. The National Student Clearinghouse reports fall enrollments at public two-year colleges every year. What you saw over the last 3 years was an initial drop in community college enrollment of 10.5% from fall 19 to fall 20. And then you saw another decline of 6.5% from there. Again, that's different than the trend that HCC experienced. HCC saw a 1-year drop. Across the country, the trend was 1 year followed by an additional year of drops. That same trend held in Texas as total enrollment declined 27%. Now I say those facts, and if you look at HCC relative to its closest peers, another positive signal is that HCC is one of 4 peers that actually grew from fall 2020 to fall 2022. Of a number of peers, it was only one of 4, so that's a positive sign. The other 4 bullets here are all positive signals that we see in the market. So for the first time in the last couple of years, the National Student Clearinghouse now is showing enrollment growth across community colleges. So fall 22 incoming community college student enrollment is up 6% relative to fall 19. Granted, these were pre-COVID projections. The coordinating board projects 19.5% growth for HCC from 2020 to 2030. And when we look at the population trends of both the K through 12 student segments, according to the TEA, across HCC's primary zones, what you find is that there is projected growth in the K through 12 population, along with projected growth from a census perspective in the primary age segments that HCC serves. In that adult learner population, growth is expected as well. Dual enrollment. Marshall talked a little bit about the funding formula and the potential changes there. HCC has experienced some growth in the last couple of years, but we can probably expect more growth there given how closely dual enrollment will be measured if the new funding formula is passed when we find out in May. Again, the primary market is expected to grow, and though the greatest growth is expected kind of outside those city boundaries. All that to say, I think at this stage where we're arriving is that we've reset around fall 2020 enrollment. We're starting to see really positive signals in HCC's enrollment. And when you look at the market and projections in and around Houston, you see that the environment is ripe for growth as well. And so we are anticipating an enrollment recovery here over the next couple of years, and we look forward to sharing those more specific numbers with you when we come back in April.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the trustees? Trustee Wilson.
What, did you use full-time student equivalents or semester credit hours or unduplicated for these statistics you're giving me? What did you?
We are looking at headcount, student headcount, and the numbers that we'll be modeling out will be all headcount based. We looked at primary segmentation was between semester credit hours and continuing education, and also zoomed in on dual enrollment where applicable.
Yeah, well, what does our full-time student equivalent show?
That's something that we can dig into between now and April. We've been primarily focused on headcount at this stage.
Okay, well, I think that's a kind of a limited a look at where we're at. The semester credit hours is another thing that I think would be a more accurate indicator of what we've done. And the full-time student equivalents have declined for 7 years in a row here. And that comes straight out of the annual comprehensive financial report that the college prepares. And some of the other figures you've given, I take exception with. And the only thing you're saying is that we're positioned for a rebound. I hope you're right, but this board's going to have to work and do some things and get some programs to recruit some students and to make some things happen. But it's going to take a lot of hard work to turn this around because there's been 7 straight years of declining enrollment. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions?
I have a comment. I just want to piggyback on what Trustee Wilson just said. I know you mentioned that we're in a position for a comeback with increasing applications, increased population, but I just want to put the challenge out there that those dynamics turn into increased enrollment, that we do benefit and we take advantage of the increased applications and the increased population growth that will benefit the college.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson. Anyone else? You have that look, Vanderbilt Story.
Madam Chair, I was trying not to have that look, but I have that look. I think that we're going to have to look at this, just as Trustee Wilson said, you're going to have to look at it based on full-time equivalents. Headcount will not get us where we need to be. Also, we have taken a hit on dual enrollment in our service area. We took a major hit. That's going to severely impact one of our colleges. And so we've got to think about how to successfully compete, collaboratively compete with our other community colleges. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to increase enrollment when the way that the course offerings are structured across the city. It's going to be very difficult. So we're going to have to revisit that, and we're going to have to do a different job of offering courses in the places where people want to go to school. So I have to agree with Trustee Wilson, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I don't know where they got that. If we are on this same path, we're not going to see 19.5% growth.
Yeah, and to clarify, that was a pre-COVID projection. Those updated projections they've mentioned should be released shortly, but we don't have a specific date for that. But we do look forward to reviewing those. I think one thing I'm hearing is just a desire for a plan to achieve the growth that we all aspire to. I think, again, this is an initial step in defining what the growth potential might be. The most important step, though, is the step that follows, which is creating the plan that will allow you to increase the probability of achieving those goals.
And I do agree with the population growth. The primary market expected to grow with the greatest growth outside city boundaries. If you don't know how to market to those within the city boundaries, I absolutely agree that your primary market will grow outside those city boundaries. I absolutely agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chancellor.
I could offer that within the center of our service area, our big feeder is HISD. And when you look at an excess of 50% of their graduates don't go to any post-secondary. I think the number's somewhere close to 70%. That impacts our enrollment. Now, we'll have to start looking at a market that's got young adults, students that have been out of high school for a few years. And that's part of the reason we engaged consultants to help us develop the plan. So we're marketing right. We're converting those applications to enrollments. And 74% of our students are part-time. And we have to deal with headcount because we have to provide services for those students, whether they're taking one course or 6 courses. And I think the board will be very pleased with some information I'll share with you shortly in my report with the reduction in the amount of time to completion, which in fact reduces enrollment, reduces contact hours, and under the new model gets us increased funding. So I'll share that with you in a little bit. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next is item C, report on 2023 trustee annual training on governance, ethics, finance, and Title IX. This is a report item. No action is required. The item is to report that the Board of Trustees annual training on governance, ethics, finance, Title IX, and cybersecurity will be completed as self-study via training videos. The training should be completed via self-study, and the signed annual training certificate should be submitted to Board Services Office by April 30th, 2023. Trustees will have an opportunity at the board workshop scheduled for April 19th, 2023 to ask questions regarding the training, or you may contact Melissa Mahalik, Board Counsel, with your questions. Any comments?
Madam Trustee, Madam Chair, can you clarify for everyone what trainings can be taken from what entities or organizations? I think our board counsel can tell us the entities and organizations that we can take the training from.
I can address that. There are several trainings covered in the board bylaws. This specific training is your local requirement that's provided through certain members of the administration for Title IX and finance, and board counsel for those governance and ethics items. But there are additional trainings from other outside organizations that are addressed in separate portions of the bylaws.
And can you name those outside organizations?
I do not have that information in front of me, but I'd be happy to follow up with an email to the board.
And is Association of Community College Trustees one of those outside entities?
I believe that's included, but I'll confirm.
So we need to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Melissa. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. This special meeting is adjourned at
4:31 p.m.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Good afternoon. The regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System will now come to order on February 15th, 2023 at
4:40 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Dr. Adriana Tamez for the prayer, followed by the pledge. Please stand.
Dear Lord, please continue to bless each and every one of us as we come together here to make decisions that are in the best interest of everyone that we serve at the Houston Community College System, and really truly across this entire city and state. Continue to bestow upon us the ability to understand the importance of collaboration and working together and understanding the big picture, and that is to make sure that those in our most vulnerable populations have the opportunities and the services that they need to succeed. Amen. Now, if you'll join us with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Trustee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We are now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Board Governance Committee, Committee of the Whole, and special meeting on January 11th, 2023. Regular and special meetings on January 18th, 2023, and special meeting, which was a board retreat, on January 27th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections? There are no corrections. We are now ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for January 2023.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
We'll now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you. We would like to ask the representatives from HCA Houston Healthcare Medical Center and Dr. Philip Nicotera, president of Coleman College for Health Sciences, to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for the check presentation. HCA is being recognized for its support of the HCC Foundation and HCC Coleman College for Health Sciences. Please join the chancellor and trustees in front of the dais. All right. Thank you for your support HCC Foundation and HCC. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the remaining recognitions. We'll provide an opportunity for comments after the student success stories. We now extend a warm welcome to Ms. Luann Carter to join the Trustees and Chancellor in recognition of the Luann and Jay Carter donation to establish the Reverend Robert Bob Behringer Green Endowment Fund for Scholarships. All right, thank you once again for your support for HCC and HCC Foundation. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais. We will provide opportunity to be acknowledged by the Czech presentation representatives at the end of the photo ops. We now invite the Friends of the Hagar family and Dr. Zach Hodges, president of HCC's Northwest College, to join the Trustees and Chancellor in front of the dais for the Czech presentation in recognition of the contributions to the HCC Foundation from the Friends of Hagar family. All right, once again, thank you for your support and generosity. Chancellor and Trustees, remain where you are for a few more recognitions, if you would. HCC is proud to announce that one of our adult education literacy program students, Letitia Renee Avery, was awarded the High School Equivalency Adult Learner of the Year Award by the Texas Association for Literacy and Adult Education. We now invite Letitia Avery to join the Trustees and Chancellor in recognition of this outstanding accomplishment, along with Dr. Norma Perez, Vice Chancellor for Instructions and Chief Academic Officer. Now, this recognition comes with a $600 scholarship. The High School Equivalency Adult Learner of the Year Award is provided to a student who has demonstrated leadership within formal or non-traditional learning environments. The award is given to a student who has overcome difficult circumstances to pursue adult learning. Now, Letitia received her Texas Certificate of High School Equivalency on April 22nd of 2022. She accomplished this despite many challenges. On September 3rd, 2021, Letitia gave birth to Royalty, her youngest daughter. 4 days after Royalty was born, she was back in class with no excuses. A month later, her brother passed suddenly. Even still, she has persisted and stayed the course and never gave up on her academic pursuit. Every week, she challenged her classmates to learn something new and never gave up when life gets hard. She plans to enroll in HCC's Culinary Arts program to pursue her Associates of Applied Science degree. or a certificate as a payroll specialist this summer or fall. Congratulations, Letitia Avery, Learner of the Year. Okay, next up, a group of HCC faculty and staff have been named the 2022-2023 League of Innovation Excellence Award recipients in recognition for their outstanding teaching and/or innovation in education. We ask for the following award recipients to join the trustees and chancellor for recognition. Faculty Excellence Awardees are Margaret Freeman, Professor of Health Sciences, and Dr. Jing Sung, Professor of Chemistry. Leadership Excellence Awardees are Jennifer Vaca, Dr. Zachary Hodges, and Ana Maria Lopez. The awards are national recognition by the League as a method to recognize significant innovations at member colleges in developing forward-thinking programs, practices, partnerships, policies, and activities that have improved the ability of institutions to serve students and their communities. Each of the winners were nominated by their HCC peers based on outstanding commitment and dedication to student success. They will be honored at the League's Virtual Innovation Conference to be held in March in Tempe, Arizona. All right, congratulations to each of you. Next up, we'd like to present certifications of appreciation to the following individuals for their extraordinary contributions in ensuring our students attended Community College Day in Austin, Texas. HCC had more student representation than any other college. We asked the following student services team to come forward, and we'd like to recognize them. Carl Mays, Central Student Life Coordinator. Ashley Rhodes from Northeast College. Jana Weiss from Coleman. Regina Wilson from the Southwest College. Sarah Lewis, Northwest Associate Dean of Student Success. Anahi Figueroa, Southwest Admissions Advising Manager. And Arlicia Pierre. Please join the Chancellor and Trustees.
Who's there?
All right, thank you all for your continuous support for our students. Okay, Chancellor and Trustees, if you would remain in front of the dais, we've got a few more presentations. At this time, we'd like to recognize our student success stories for February of 2023. Right now, we invite Ryan Galbraith to come forward for a photo with the trustees and chancellor as our student success story from Central College, followed by Coleman College student Jorge Acuna. Also joining in the recognition is Drs. Mudasir Siddiqui, president of Central College, and Dr. Philip Nicotera, president of Coleman College. Would you both please come forward, students? Obviously, they're both working tonight, which is a good thing. We will get their certificates to them. It is our esteemed pleasure to announce that Dr. Cesar Maldonado has been elected to receive the Phi Theta Kappa Shirley B. Gordon Award of Distinction, the most prestigious award for community college presidents. We invite Dr. Giselia Ables and Dr. Nicholas Rangel to come forward for this recognition. All right, so we've got 2 advisors, I'm being told, and the PTK students are here as well. 3. Fuel. Come on through. All right. All right, thank you and congratulations, Chancellor, on such an esteemed recognition. Trustees and Chancellor, you may now return to the dais. All right, this time we now invite HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt to the podium to provide remarks regarding the check presentations by HCA Houston Healthcare Medical Center, Luann and Jay Carter, and the Friends of the Hagar family.
Thank you, Board of Trustees Chair Linton Gary. You look magnificent tonight.
Oh, my God.
You just look magnificent tonight. That just looks gorgeous on you. Sorry, I just had to
Don't tell anyone how much I paid you to say that.
Great donation to the foundation. We sincerely appreciate it. Board of Trustees and Chancellor Maldonado, it is a pleasure as the president of the HCC Foundation to recognize HCA Houston Healthcare Medical Center as one of HCC's private partners who has provided support for Houston Community College. The partnership between our organizations is a wonderful representation of philanthropy and truly an act of generosity. I would now like to introduce Dr. Philip Nicotera, President of Coleman College Health Sciences, who will share more about the partnership between HCA and HCC.
Thank you, Karen. I am deeply grateful to the HCC Foundation as together we work to support student success. This partnership with HCA Houston Medical Center began with an action from the HCA Foundation when they initiated a tour at Coleman College. During this tour, seeds were planted that turned into a very fruitful partnership for Coleman and all of our students. During that tour, we discovered that HCA was going to revamp their endoscopy center. And during conversations, we talked about our new program in endoscopy and asked, we need some equipment. And they were very happy to keep us in mind that when they finished the renovation, that they would like to donate their used equipment to us as they put in new equipment. So when that happened, we were able to get that equipment and fill up our endoscopy lab. So we're very thrilled with this partnership, and we know that it helps bridge education to work. And I just want to make a special note. This is an example. And so beyond the endoscopy program, we have many other partnerships with HCA and others. And this is an example of how we are trying to meet the needs of the healthcare workforce out there. So we truly appreciate the support of the board in all of this. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Wesley Bamberg, Chief Operating Officer at HCA Houston Healthcare, to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicotera. Thank you, Karen, with the foundation and board. Thank you for having me. HCA Houston Healthcare has had a long-standing relationship with Houston Community College. I dare say that there are graduates of Houston Community College in one of all of our 14 hospitals here in Greater Houston. And I think Dr. Nicotera said it correctly. We are just touching the surface of how we can expand our relationship between HCA Houston Healthcare and Houston Community College. I heard earlier in the previous session that there was some discussion about raising the funds for healthcare, and I applaud you for that, because the most pressing issue we have in healthcare right now is education. Educating more individuals to join a professional career and a lifelong career into healthcare. So I applaud you for doing that, and I applaud you for expanding in healthcare. And Dr. Nicotera and the team at Coleman College have been a wonderful partner, and we look forward to continuing to grow that relationship and to continue our long-standing relationship. So thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Trustee Tamez.
just wanted to say thank you to HCA Healthcare. You are changing many lives, so thank you for the positive and the better. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, Chair Linton Gary, Board of Trustees, and Chancellor Maldonado. As the president of the HCC Foundation, I'm honored to acknowledge Luann and Jay Carter for their generous gift of $45,000 to establish the Reverend Robert Bob Berenger Green Endowment Fund to provide scholarships for Houston Community College students. According to Luann and Jay, one of Bob's missions was to give need-based scholarships to deserving college-bound students. Their contribution will have a far-reaching benefit for HCC to meet emerging demands and financial gaps by offering scholarships that will make a difference in the lives of our students to achieve their educational aspirations and goals. On behalf of the HCC Foundation and HCC, we appreciate your philanthropic dedication. We look forward to continuing this partnership in the years to come. With immense elation, I want to thank Luann and Jay Carter for their generous philanthropic investment in HCC that will allow us to make a difference in the community we serve. At this time, I'm pleased to introduce Luann Carter and invite her to say a few words.
Thank you so much. The Reverend Robert Berenger Green, affectionately known as Bob, was an individual who devoted his life to others. As a member of Christ Church Cathedral in the early 1950s, Bob's first college scholarship was made possible by the historic Allen family of Houston, enabling him to attend and graduate from the University of South, Sewanee, Tennessee, and the Protestant Episcopal Theological Seminary in Alexandria, Virginia. After graduation, the Episcopal Bishop of Texas sent Bob to Liberty, Texas, as the first vicar of the Mission Church of the Intercession in the early 50s, before I was born. This is when Bob entered our family and continued to do so for 4 generations. Through this mission church, Bob and my grandmother became fast friends, and they worked together to transform the mission into St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. At this time, Bob realized that it was through the generosity of the Allen family that he wanted to give back to others. So off to Alaska he went to serve Native American communities as the first Anglo clergy to serve in Alaska. The next 12 years were spent serving villages and reservations in Tok, Alaska, the Ute Indian Reservation in White Rocks, Utah, and the Sisseton Wapato Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. It was during his years in Alaska that Bob would make return trips to Liberty, Texas, sponsoring young Native American men from the various reservations who traveled to Texas with him. As a child, I always looked forward to Bob's visits when my parents would host Bob and the young men for meals. And the young men would share their stories of life in Alaska, life on the reservations, and their unique experiences. Bob then returned to Liberty to marry his longtime sweetheart and began serving traditional Episcopal churches in Douglas, Tombstone, Sedona, and Bisbee, Arizona. Then back to Texas to the Church of the Annunciation in Luling, where he worked tirelessly to bring the Magna Carta to the United States for its first historical U.S. tour, and where he started a quarterly nationally distributed publication for small churches entitled Grassroots. After retiring, Bob reflected on the value of his life experiences, offering scholarships to various young people to travel and attend camps. Bob loved hearing their stories. In his late 80s, Bob was living in Prescott, Arizona, when he was introduced to a young man, Angel Vandegrift, at church. Angel wanted to attend college, but did not have the means to do so. So Bob provided a scholarship for Angel to attend the University of Arizona. Unfortunately, Bob did not get to see Angel graduate, but he requested that Jay and I continue to support Angel through graduation. We were thrilled to do so, and Angel is still a part of our family. Therefore, Jay and I felt the need to fulfill Bob's mission and passion of providing need-based college scholarships for deserving college-bound students. We feel that HCC and its outstanding reputation is the perfect institution to establish a scholarship endowment in his name, providing need-based college scholarships for deserving college-bound students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Carter. We appreciate you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Carter. We sincerely appreciate you also. I am now honored to thank the friends of the Hagar family who are gathered here today for your support for Houston Community College. Through the generosity of these individuals and companies, the HCC Foundation has established the Hagar Family Endowed Scholarship Fund. I would also like to personally thank and acknowledge Trustee Dave Wilson for his support for envisioning and leading the fundraising effort to establish this fund that will now provide a perpetual benefit for HCC students for generations to come. I would now like to hand the podium over to Dr. Zach Hodges, President of Northwest College, who will now say a few words.
Thank you, Karen. It's an honor to be able to thank the friends of Glenn Hagar and the Hagar family for their generosity in establishing this endowment fund. I know our check says $44,000, but Trustee Wilson, realized that when we found that out that that wasn't going to work. So we hustled and raised another 6, so we're at the 50,000 mark.
Arm twisting is what I'd call it.
Well, and so we did it, and we're at the 50,000 mark, which was our goal, and really, really proud of that. I'd like to specifically thank each of our donors, some of which were here tonight, who gave in support of this effort. Comptroller Glenn Hager and his family, Trustee Dave Wilson, Tony Beck with Comcast, Tracy and Ken Yonda. Tracy's a foundation board member with the foundation. Satterfield and Ponticus, John Marshall, thanks a lot. John's one of the ones that put us over. Bob Jones, Jones Engineering, also part of the Satterfield and Ponticus, Greco Structures, Outdoor Development and Integrity. Bill Caligari, Katie Reston, Dr. John Hanson was one of those that put us over this week. Ashley Smith, Downey Vickery, Brad Ringleb and KPMG, Dick Phillips, University of Houston, Ken and Annalee Burton. Ken's also one of our foundation board members. Zach and Anna Hodges, and Kathy Ann Zavino. Thanks to each of you for your generosity. We're really excited about this, and I want to thank Trustee Wilson for the idea, and it's been a great project for us, and it will continue. So I'm sure he'll say it, but I'll say it so you'll hear it twice. We're still accepting checks. Any amount is fine. I'd be happy to talk with you and pass the check on. This time, I would like to play a video from Comptroller Hager.
Good afternoon. I want to record this short message because I could not be with you at your meeting today. As you know, the legislature is in session, and record revenues mean this will be a historical and particularly complex budget process. But I wanted to thank all of the trustees and the leadership at HCC for helping to create the Hager Family Scholarship. I especially want to thank my friend, Trustee Dave Wilson, for spearheading this effort and ensuring that everything remained on track. Texas, Houston, and the Katy area are all experiencing tremendous growth. People are coming here for an economic opportunity and the chance to build their lives, families, businesses, and communities. Every day, our state grows by 1,200 people, but that growth is wasted if we cannot provide the training and education those new Texans need to succeed. The Hager Family Scholarship and HCC's commitment to the Katy area will ensure that we are able to provide generations of Texans in this region with a world of opportunities. As you know, I'm a firm believer in Katy ISD. I have 3 kids at campus there right now, and the funds raised to support the Hager Family Scholarship will be used to support Katy ISD graduates who attend HCC, and I am extremely grateful for all the donors who have contributed so generously to support the needy students who might otherwise never have the opportunity to attend college. Bill Caligari and I led a committee to establish a higher education infrastructure for the Katy area many, many years ago, to which both HCC and U of H answered the call. I and everyone else in this community will never forget the commitment that you have made to the future in Katy. So thank you for all that you've done and appreciate the working relationship.
And I want to extend a huge thank you to Trustee Wilson for his leadership in establishing this fund. Truly, none of this would have happened without his leadership and support, and as always, it's fun to work with him. Dave?
I'd like to thank Dr. Hodges and all the donors who've already given to the Hager Family Fund. I'd like to personally thank Bill Caligari and Glenn Hager for getting the Katy campus and that whole initiative. As most people know, I wasn't on board originally, but I'm 100% on board today in educating the kids out in the Katy area. And we're so grateful for the support of this fund. And like Zach said, we're still taking donations, and I always like to say, no donation is too small, and none of them's too large either. The fund was established with the specific purpose to support Katy area students who, because of their family income, do not qualify for financial aid support, but who it's still difficult financially for their family to afford college. We're so proud to be able to support these hardworking and dedicated HCC students. It's particularly meaningful to me to be able to establish the fund in the name of the Hager family with the support of Comptroller Glenn Hager. The Hager family has a legacy of support and active involvement in Katy community. The Comptroller's children attend Katy ISD. We're grateful to him for his role in representing the Katy community at the state level. We know that this fund will honor his family for the long history in the Katy community. Yesterday, I believe I attended a Spring Branch advisory committee meeting out at our Spring Branch campus, and it was brought to my attention that they had a scholarship fund, and I was thinking that what I need to do is find a state senator that lives out in the Spring Branch area and see if I can solicit his support in heading up a scholarship fund for the Spring Branch area. And I think for all of us as trustees, becoming active in the community and getting the community active in Houston Community College is one of the best ways to grow the enrollment and the school. And and I challenge the rest of you to start a scholarship fund in your districts, and I'll promise you I'll donate to that fund also. Thank you again to the Hager family. I appreciate it.
Get that on tape.
Dave. It's in the minutes.
Dave.
Madam Chair?
Trustee Tamez.
Just thank you to everyone who made this possible, this fund, and it's just raining blessings today at Houston Community College. So it's a great day.
Yes, we really sincerely appreciate it, all the donations.
All right, thank you all, and we'll now welcome to the podium Dr. Mudasir Siddiqui to introduce the student success story of Ryan Galbraith, followed by Dr. Philip Nicotera, who will introduce the student success story of Jorge Acuna.
Chancellor, Board of Trustees, thank you for providing this opportunity to share another success story of HCC students. Many people may think that going back to college after established career and trying to start a new one is difficult, but not for Ryan Galbraith. He admits it was a challenge for him to switch, but HCC professors made the transition rewarding and successful for him. With the help of HCC financial aid support, he was able to continue working while preparing himself for a new and much more exciting career, one he would not even have thought of pursuing. He says he is grateful to Houston Community College for helping to make this transition to a new career successful. Here is his story.
Wasn't necessarily something that I chose to do. It kind of evolved into what I was doing. Initially, I was here at HCC doing the general graphic design degree, and then Ruben Duran started talking to me about the inaugural VR, XR design that they were setting up for the next semester. So got on that program in 2018, beginning 2019, and during my internship, it changed completely for me, learning how to do photogrammetry and digital twins and flying drones. So, like I said, it just kind of evolved and went into a different direction from just a general graphic design program. Well, it was just convenient. I live in Houston. I live in the Heights area. HCC has several different locations, so Central, was just easier access. Plus, also, I didn't want to go to like a 4-year college. I didn't want to restart school all over again. I'm 36 years old, so I didn't want to go back to school. I wanted to get a degree and a new certification in something more creative. So HCC had all those programs available and was, just a better fit for me. The experience was great. I mean, you wouldn't expect that you would be dealing with some of the technologies that HCC has here. Typically, with what HCC provides is something that you might find in a 4-year, PhD or master's degree program, and they were able to collaborate and get partnerships with some of the most cutting-edge technology and deliver and offer those services to us that is industry standard, within the field. So dealing with Autodesk and Revit and Twinmotion and Unreal and Unity and Intel, like all these different degree programs, they're accessible here at HCC. Just go back to school, find something that you like, find something that interests you, and sign up and just do it. I just want to say thanks to HCC for giving me this opportunity of becoming a geospatial technologist, something that I would have never dreamed of and never had the opportunity to become. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Chancellor. Many students come to Houston Community College from all parts of the world to gain an education that will help them improve themselves and give back to the community. Jorge Acuna from Venezuela came to HCC's Coleman College to do just that. He always dreamed of becoming a dentist because even as a child, he wanted to help people smile. HCC is helping him make that dream come true with the help of HCC advisors and scholarships he was awarded. He is learning about new and advanced technology here that will help him get his dentist license both here and in Venezuela. He has become a member of the National Society of Leadership and received a scholarship from the Houston Hispanic Dental Association. Here is his story.
I decided to become a dental hygienist because always, since I'm young, I always been attracted by things related to teeth. So I went to the dental school in my home country, Venezuela, because I love to make people smile and take care of their teeth. I chose HCC because that was the first school in which I applied as an international student, and I did the ESL program. And he was the one who gave me the opportunity to make the dental hygiene program and be part of the dental hygiene care in the United States. I found the instructions very useful. The advisor of HCC they were very helpful with which are the programs that I have to take, where the basics that I need to take in order to become a dental hygiene. It was very challenging because here we have a different style for studying, and we have new technologies, different technologies that I have in my country. So I have to learn for that and going on. HCC helped me to be part of the National Honor Society of Leadership, and also I had the opportunity to receive a scholarship for the Houston Hispanic Dental Association. My short goal is to get my dental license as a dental hygiene and start working in a dental office in Houston, see how the work is here. And of course, we do the continuum care to ensure I give the best care to my patients. back in my home country, Venezuela, I become a dentist. I got a certification for that. And eventually I would like to get a certification here and work as a dentist here. Thanks to Houston Community College, I achieved my dream to become part of the dental health care system in the United States.
All right, this time we'd now like to invite Dr. Gisela Abels from Phi Theta Kappa to make a few remarks regarding Dr. Maldonado's award. Okay. We apologize for that, but now, at this time, we'd like to invite to the podium Donnell Cooper and Farrell Prestige, co-chairs of the Black History Committee Gala for our Black History Month recognition and a presentation of the 2023 Black History Scholarship Gala celebration.
Good evening. Again, as Mr. Todd stated, my name is Donnell Cooper, and I am one of the co-chairs for the Black History Committee here at ACC. My colleague and associate co-chair, Ms. Farrell Precious, did not want to join me today, but I do thank her for her continued support, along with the other affiliated members that are here with us today. We're excited today to bring forth to you a celebration for Black History Month. As we know, this is a very historical moment with our college, but we are very excited as one of your affinity groups here at the Houston Community College that we've been very successful here in our virtual world, and we'll be bringing together again another successful Black History program in this virtual space on this year. We want to first thank the members of the ACC TV team, along with our ACC Foundation team, who has been graciously supportive of our initiative. And we're proud to announce that this will be our third year of bringing together a virtual program with a zero overhead expense. I'll repeat that again. Zero. Thank you. In 2021, we had the opportunity of launching our first virtual program with the initiative in partnership with Click 2 Houston and Channel 2 News. In 2022, last year, we had an opportunity on a second round to partner with Channel 13. And this year, on February the 23rd at 7 o'clock p.m., we will be partnering this year with Fox 26 News. All of the current production that you will see on the 23rd has all been produced here in-house with ACC TV. And we want to thank Todd along with his team for their due diligence for supporting us again on this year. We're raising dollars for scholarships, and we want to thank all of the ACC board members and trustees that have been so diligently to support us on this year. Chancellor Maldonado, we want to thank you for your continued leadership, along with Madam Chair and the Board of Trustees, by leading this charge, by being members of our first installed initiative on last year for our BAC 100 Club. And we want to thank all of the faculty and staff who have also joined the tenured membership. And just as a reminder, those renewal pledges will be due March the 1st. In closing, we want to also announce who are our honorees this year. Our theme this year is building winners of a community, building community winners, my apologies. And this year we'll be honoring Mayor Sylvester Turner, who we all know this is his last term with us as our mayor for the city of Houston. We also will be honoring Ms. Paula Harris, who is the current foundation's chair and for the Astros Foundation. We also will be honoring Booker T. Washington High School, which is also a feeder program for ACC, who is celebrating 130 years in existence this year. And we also will be honoring Aldine ISD school teacher, Ms. Rashawn Jones, who is a recent 2022 Tony Award winner. We are highly excited of the students that will be identified and recognized on this year's program. Some of our previous and upcoming scholars that we have devoted as a Black History Affinity Group to sow the seed back into scholarships. The dollars that we're raising employ minority students to attend Houston Community College, and we're proud to be one of the voices in the local community to be able to continuously raise those dollars. This work that I do as a volunteer will not be permittable without the work of our BAC members. And I have several of them that are joining us. If they would stand in the back and be recognized, have Ms. Gwen Drumville with us, Ms. Farrell Prestige, Mr. Carl Mays, and Ms. Deborah McGuire. In closing, I would like to just send a charge to the trustees on this evening, if you would be so kindly to please join us in this fundraising efforts to kick off this initiative this year with renewing your pledge commitments from last year. We always like to have 100% participation from our board and Madam Chair. I hope that you will continue to lead us in that charge. So again, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Absolutely. Okay, so I take that as one. Okay, and so we just all ring the bell at the same time. Ding, 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 ding. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Ayes have it. So again, in closing, once again, the Black History Committee, we're proud to say we're excited about the dollars we're raising. For the last 2 years, we've raised $65,000+ each year within a 1-hour segment. We're thankful all of our community partners who are on board with us, and we join you on February 23rd in the comfort of your own home in a virtual world at 7 o'clock p.m. to join us in this efforts. Again, on behalf of the Black History Committee, I'm your co-chair, Darnell Cooper. Thank you again to the board.
Thank you.
Donnell, before you leave, Madam Chair, can I say something?
Sure.
Donnell, can you tell everybody, I'm sorry, your title and which campus you work at?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so full-time, I am a Houston Community College career 10-year employee here. I'm the campus manager for the Acres Home campus, also the automotive campus as well, District 2. And I'm also an 18-year veteran adjunct professor here at the college as well.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could bear with us, I'm now told that we do have some representatives from Phi Theta Kappa who would like to make a few remarks.
Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for providing Phi Theta Kappa with this platform. We apologize, a lot of our team had to leave, but I do have Sahar and Diana with me here, who are also incredible Phi Theta Kappa officers. So the Shirley B. Gordon Award, why did we not nominate Chancellor Maldonado? Well, there are numerous reasons, but I'll just state a couple of them. So for those of you who don't know, there are 4 pillars to Phi Theta Kappa. That is scholarship, leadership, fellowship, and service. Chancellor Maldonado has played a pivotal role in ensuring that we manage to meet all the goals and ensure that Omega Sigma chapter, which is our chapter name, operates at its optimal level by providing us with the funding, resources, and a platform. His commitment in ensuring the success in Phi Theta Kappa greatly reflects in his genuine desire for students to flourish and succeed. He has single-handedly pointed us to the right direction and informed us about the people we should network in order to function at our optimal level as a chapter. This includes providing us with the contact information of Vice Chancellor of Instruction, Dr. Norma Perez, and Northline College President, Dr. Michael Edwards. And as I mentioned, there are a lot more, but we are just going to sum it up briefly with that. Thank you. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Chancellor.
Madam Chair.
Trustee
Riker. It's okay. I just want to say quickly, congratulations to our Chancellor. I know of all the successes you've had here at HCC, this specific award is going to have a special place with you because it is originated and is about the students, which you have always held as your guiding principle. And congratulations.
I'd like to say something too.
Trustee Johnson.
I did want to acknowledge when we were at Community Day in Austin, how the Chancellor and Romeo met with the students afterwards to discuss, and they were able to have a one-on-one with the Chancellor, so I do appreciate that.
Yes, and we must also acknowledge that was a great day. Our students were very, very impressive, very impressive. They represented HCC well.
Thank you all. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards and recognitions.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, we will now open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community service. We ask trustees to please limit their respective comments to no more than 3 minutes. Any trustees? Trustee Johnson?
Yes, today I was really honored to be able to attend the historical marker unveiling at Burris Elementary School in the Independence Heights community. Burris Elementary is one of the oldest schools in the city of Houston, so it was great to be out there with other elected officials to recognize what that school means to this community, not only to that community, but to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. You get anyone else? Dr. Venable Starward?
I'd like to take a moment to thank Congressman Green. He promoted and supported a seminar on human trafficking at Worthing Early College High School. Dr. Nisi Hamilton, human trafficking expert on prevention and intervention, was the keynote speaker for the students to learn about human trafficking, and it was truly an eye-opening experience. We met a few young people who had been trafficked from as young as 2 years old, which is truly, that was enough. It was really an humbling, eye-opening experience. And I want to thank Chancellor for his support for the No Trafficking Zone Act, because Worthing Early College High School is one of the no trafficking zones where it is illegal for you to attempt human trafficking efforts using electronic media. You can go to jail for that now. And so I brought that to Chancellor and his team so that every campus for Houston Community College can be part of that No Trafficking Zone Act, which is supported by the state of Texas. I also want to say thank you to South Early College High School for having all of our groups to come back, our community groups, AARP, Young at Heart, Southeast Coalition of Civic Clubs, because they were consistent groups for coming to the campus on a regular basis for their meetings. And I'd like to thank, our Heinen Theater, for the TEDx Sunnyside Ed, The Principal Matters. TED.com is an international platform, and we had 3 principals, 2 of which were Worthing High School principals, and a third principal who created an international school for students, for refugee students and immigrant students. And they are now on the worldwide global platform for TED.com, and it was truly exceptional for HCC, Heinen Theater, Worthing Early College High School to be on the global stage for TED.com. So I just wanted to say thank you for them, and thank you for our Dr. Ravi. Is he a doctor yet, Chancellor? Ravi Bombrat. Chancellor Maldonado and his team are moving forward with AI, coding, robotics, and programming, that certificate-based 2-year and soon-to-be 4-year programs. Those programs are crucial to every single corporation in these United States who want to move forward into the digital world. And that program, that conference for young students was truly exceptional, because their eyes were really opened about coded bias. And so I want to say thank you to that team for bringing those students on campus and for them learning that HCC has those programs for them. So thank you for that, Chancellor.
Madam Chair.
Trustee Fowles?
Thank you. Just wanting to share that through the participation in the conferences with TPI as well as TASA and ACCT, I was able to have some great conversations that will lead to some potential opportunities for partnerships. And so I'm excited about the potentiality of what can emerge with that, from Microsoft with cybersecurity, opportunities for our students, as well as opportunities with construction employment opportunities for African American males across the state of Texas. And actually this company has opportunities across the U.S. And then there's also from ACCT, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Toolkit. So just excited about the opportunities and possibilities for our students and our faculty as it relates to those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Laredo?
I also went out into the neighborhoods and took out some of our literature and encouraged the students to, that it's never too late to start, And so I know for sure there was at least 4 students that started on Second Start. And it was, I wish it was more, but 4 is better than 0. So no, we're just continuing, passing the word, letting them know of all the programs that we have to offer. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, there are no meetings scheduled for March 2023. The following meetings are scheduled for April. Committee meetings, April 5th, time to be determined. Committee of the Whole meeting is April 5th at 4 p.m. Special meeting is April 19th at 2 p.m. and the regular meeting is April 19th at 4 p.m. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, second floor auditorium. The meetings will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirement. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now receive the chancellor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. The data moment that I'm sharing this month is related to the time it takes students to complete a 2-year degree. We are part of Houston GPS as Guided Pathways, and we, if you could put up the slide, please, we, using internal data, are showing that over the past year, and this has been going on for some time, even though we're seeing a snapshot for the last year, this has been going on since about 2017, that we've reduced the time to graduate for all students, for first-time in college students, by nearly a year, 0.8 years. This is from 2021 to 2022. And they've been reduced for each ethnic group. We see a year, a little closer to a year, 0.9 years for African American students, a little less than that for Asian, 0.8 years for Hispanic students, and about a year for white students. So across the board, the recognitions that our institutions getting, the Rodeo Award, the Achieve the Dream Award, I'll talk about in a minute, are all related to our student success. This has been building over many years and continues with the support of the board as we focus on the right metrics and professional development and talent engagement to achieve these numbers. This is the students, but it's a combination of faculty, student success advisors, counselors, and staff all working together to support students. Another point of data that I want to share with you is the feeling of satisfaction by our own students. In 2014-15, only about 11% of our employees would not recommend Houston Community College to friends and family, and that number's down now to about a 5%. We had the same challenge with students. You see, we have a measurement of net promoter scores where we show that the peer groups that we compare ourselves with at a national study, promoter score of 42% show that they would recommend their school to family and friends. And for Houston Community College, that number is 68%. So that's a big increase of our students recommending our institution to their friends and family. That's a move certainly in the right direction as we go through on our cultural changes. Pleased to share that once again for the 3rd consecutive year, HCC has been named one of America's top online colleges and America's top online learning provider by Newsweek for 2023. HCC moved from 129 in 2022 to number 86 out of 150 universities and colleges. And we rank higher than many other traditional schools. I want to congratulate Dr. Margaret Ford Fisher, President of Online College. And the administrators, faculty, and staff who make this honor a reality. And as we go into the post-COVID environment where online college is really gone into the regional colleges, it's integrated into the instruction of all the hybrid programs, Dr. Ford Fisher and I are working on a new model of a global approach to capture students outside of our region, and not at the expense of anything we're doing internally. But we have assets, we have internet bandwidth, we have talented faculty to be able to use them and reconnect with our colleagues in Qatar without being in Qatar, and do it for fees and satisfy the SACS requirements so we can issue certificates and awards for students in other parts of the world. So stay tuned for more on that. It's an exciting new look at what we can do with online college. What I'm about to share with you is embargoed until tomorrow about 2 in the afternoon, but we got special permission to release this information today. Not to issue the press release, but to share it with my board, that Houston Community College has been recertified as a leader college for Achieve the Dream. Now, HCC was one of 11 colleges that's getting recertified, and there's, in addition to that, there's 5 new colleges. But out of those 11 colleges, there were 3 large urban schools. So the bar is higher for large urban schools just because of the statistical environment that we have, the number of students and the population that we work with. You know, over 45% of our students live in poverty, yet we're helping them achieve the dream. So the Achieve the Dream organization has once again named us a leader college by us helping students achieve the dream. I want to share that with you, and I want to thank I value the work that's led by Dr. Kurt Ewan, Dr. Shante Grays, who is, I think, at the Achieve the Dream conference today, accepting the award, Dr. Betty Fortune, Dr. Andrea Burge, and all of those who contributed to this fantastic program. So thank you to all. It is truly a prestigious distinction to be awarded this now for as many years as we've had it. As you heard earlier, the HCC Foundation will host its signature event for the 2023 HCC Black History Gala, Scholarship Gala on Thursday, February 23rd at 7 p.m. with 0 overhead, and that's something we're all going to aspire to do. I hope that all of you can participate and watch the event and raise those funds for our students. You know, for many of them, the difference between the money to fix a flat tire and not is the difference between staying in college and not. So we can use all the donations that you have, and to quote Trustee Wilson, there's no amount too small and there's nothing too large. So we'll take all donations. And again, I want to thank Farrell Prestige and Donnell Cooper. They do a fantastic job. And we keep going back to them because that's the reward for doing a good job. You keep being asked to do it. So thank you. I know that they're very committed. Today, I was privileged to attend a ribbon cutting along with the Harris County Sheriff and County Commissioner Leslie Briones for the Women's Empowerment Center. This was an event where HCC had a premier place in that we are providing the instruction for women that are incarcerated, that are in the criminal justice system, to give them options, to give them choices to move out of that. They have very limited choices, and as the board knows, Apple Computer stepped up in a big way, and Dr. Madeline Barillo Hopkins and her team really put a strong effort, a strong team together, Dr. Mike Webster and many others to help start this program. Today was a ribbon cutting. We're going to be teaching computer technology from all the way from the entrance position on how to use Apple computers to coding to AI. Eventually, we will be certifying students there with technology certificates. Not at the beginning, but that's the hope, to give the women that are in this facility other choices that they can make to help their futures. The program will also have GEDs as well as provide wraparound services. The same services we provide for our students, we're going to provide for them, for the ladies that are in this facility, because they are our students. And we want to connect with them so when they leave, they continue their education and we're working with the sheriff's staff to make sure as those women leave the facility that we connect them to an HCC campus and an advisor so they stay in the education program when they leave. Because some of them are in and out, and we want to follow them to help them be successful. So this is something that if you get a chance, stop by there and take a look at the facility. They've converted a bunch of jail cells into classrooms and computer labs, and it's a fantastic partnership with the county and the sheriff. So thank you to all the HCC staff that made that possible, and of course to Sheriff Gonzalez and to Commissioner Briones. Once again, I'm pleased to share with the board that we've, second straight year, we've received the Best Place for Working Parents designation. This honor comes from the Best Place for Working Parents, a national collaborative and network of businesses across the U.S. dedicated to providing support for working parents through evidence-based strategies. To earn the distinction, employers must respond to an online assessment that details their support of family-friendly policies and show adherence to those. Congratulations to Dr. Izzy Anderson, Vice Chancellor, to the Chief Human Resource Officer, and the leadership team for their efforts that contributed to this important designation. Congratulations to you. At this time, Madam Chair and Trustees, I'd like to invite the United Student Council President, Sahar El-Hodari, to the podium to provide the USC report.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor Maldonado, respected faculty and staff. I'm glad to be reporting the United Student Council report today. Today, I will be speaking on the following items: USC General Assembly, USC Community Service Event, Community College Day, Self-Discovery Project, and Friends Matchmaking Event. The first USC General Assembly for Spring 2023 was held on Thursday, February 2nd. During the meeting, the 7 student government associations shared their aspirations and projects they aim to achieve by the end of the academic term. On February 4th, the second community service event organized by Houston Wilderness was held successfully with a positive turnout of 20 participants from the HCC student body who came together to plant trees for a better environment. As for the self-discovery project, the purpose of the project is to capture the aspirations, goals, and perspectives of the students at Houston Community College through a video. As of February 17th, the filming will be completed at the Central Campus, and the next filming location will be at Northline Campus. On February 26th, the Texas Capitol hosted the Community College Day, and the entire Student Government Association officers, along with 5 student life advisors, traveled to Austin to advocate for community college funding. It was a total of 32 SGA officers, Associate Dean of Student Engagement, Ms. Sarah Lewis, and Associate Vice Chancellor, Student Engagement and Success, Dr. Debbie Hamilton. The trip was a meaningful experience for the SGA officers as we had the chance to engage with state legislators and make our voices heard. Also, we had the privilege of enjoying a dinner with the Chancellor, making it not only educational but also enjoyable. The opportunity to speak with representatives and have the support of the Board of Trustees members was a very empowering moment for the students. On February 9th, the United Student Council and the Central Student Government Association came to an agreement to host an event that will bring together students from all colleges in the district. After the success of the Friends Matchmaking event held by Central College last semester, USC decided to partner with them to expand the scale of the event. We believe that this collaboration will have a positive impact on the students' college life experience. The event will take place on February 23rd at the Central Campus, room 100, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. That concludes the USC report. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Trustees, at this time, I'd like to invite Faculty Senate President David White to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report for the month.
Before I begin my remarks, Sahar, would you stand up again just for a moment? I want to thank Sahar on behalf of the Senate. She boldly strode where few students dare to tread. She came to a faculty Senate meeting and endured us. So Sahar, thank you for coming out and showing support. All right. Dr. Maldonado, Madam Chair, Trustees, good evening. Just want to remind you of what I said at the end of my last report. We are still watching. And we are also listening. I do want to make that very clear. We're trying to watch and listen. They're both desirable. There's some things that we are seeing and hearing, and that makes us happy. We are watching our head count growing year over year and listening to our students being excited about being on campus again and taking classes. That makes us all happy. And I am going to say this. I was inspired by the trustees' remarks earlier, and I said, that could be concerning. So we did go and look at the dashboard. I can very confidently report at 4:40 p.m. this afternoon, not only was our head count up year over year, but so was our full-time student equivalent. So I can at least say that those two are currently trending upwards, and that does make faculty very happy, and I'm sure that makes many members of the board happy as well. So that's good news. We are watching and listening as well to our communities. As many of you are aware, I started coming to the town hall meetings, and I do want to apologize again to those trustees whose town hall meetings I missed. I went out there, several other members of the Senate went to the town hall meetings, and we watched and heard these communities being passionate about their concerns. So we do watch and we do listen. Unfortunately, we're also watching and listening to our students express anxiety about inflation and rising costs everywhere, and I'm very sad to say that our faculty are all too well acquainted with this conundrum. And we know that things are not as good as they could be, nor are they as good as they should be. And in the Senate on Friday, we did discuss all these things, and the Senate has adopted its compensation goals for the coming fiscal year. And I do want to give a moment of recognition. They are not here, but I want to recognize the members of the Workload, Compensation, and Benefits Committee who put hours and hours of work into going through data from HCC, going through data from other schools, going through the TUCC data, going through TCCTA's own salary survey data, and doing the hard work of asking where we are, with a special thanks to the committee co-chairs, Professor Nathan Smith and Professor Sophie Ossie. They put in a tremendous amount of effort to put together compensation study that everyone looked at and said, wow. I could bore you right now with lots of data, lots of insights, just lots of things, many slides. I'm not going to do that right now. We have a lot of time over the next few months to do these things. And I will say, though, excuse me, I will say, though, it's not often that I observe protocol, but when I do it properly. The first thing we do is we share our findings with the administration. I'm very pleased to say that the administration has given us the opportunity to begin sharing our data and our insights. Just this week, we presented to Senior Vice Chancellor Hines, Vice Chancellor Anderson, and we will be continuing to share our data and our insights with the members of the administration and engaging in dialogue. As Senior Vice Chancellor Hines pointed out, we are in the middle of budget planning, and the Senate does look forward to having its data and insights incorporated into that budget planning. Now, I will say this right now. The members of the board will be afforded the opportunity to review our full report, but as I said, protocol, we are in the middle of presenting our findings to the administration, but a time will come we will be more than happy to share the full report with the members of this board. But in the meantime, we would be delighted to begin sharing certain key insights with members of the board who will be attending
Friday night's mixer at Professor Daniel Dilla's house. Now, I am aware that some of you do already have conflicts. Safe travels, trustee. Trustee, we will miss you. But for those of you who are attending, we look forward to seeing you. That is Friday night, 5 o'clock at Professor Dilla's house. I have the directions. I don't want to broadcast it to the entire world, but Board Services has a copy of that. We would love to see you out there, but more importantly, we would love to listen to you. And I talk a good game about, we need the board members to listen to us, but we need to listen to members of the board when they talk as well. And this is the chance. Please come out. We want to hear what you have to say. We hope you would want to hear what we have to say, and we can build those bonds together. So that's, again, Friday night, 5 o'clock, Board Services has it, or you can get a hold of me, and if not, just get a hold of me later, and we'll sit down and have a cup of coffee. Thank you. Dr. Maldonado, that concludes our report.
Thank you so much, David.
Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meetings Act. The following have signed up to appear before the board in open session. Is Ms. Angela Johnson present? If so, you may come to the podium.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Madam Chair,
Good afternoon.
all other trustees. My name is Angela Johnson. I am the chairperson for Houston Rising, and we are located in Houston. I am also in District 2. I would like to first thank my person who represents us for doing a wonderful job. We want to make sure that we continue to help you grow that particular area. Today I want to talk about North Forest High School, MacArthur High School, Cashmere High School, KIPP Northeast Preparatory School, and our North Forest campus. We have a skills trade program at that particular campus. Right now, our students are not able to attend that campus because the classes are being canceled 2 weeks before they're actually able to start the school. We do know this for a fact, and we do have the data on that. Our kids are having to take, by means, any transportation possible to get to Northline, to get to Acres Home, everywhere but the community college that's right there in their backyard. That is unacceptable. Also, my biggest concern is the fact that we want our kids to have an opportunity. That school to prison pipeline is real. I am a retired police officer, and I see it. There is no reason that we have a campus there, and our campus is not full of kids that are in that community. We need to do better by our students. I have heard all of the accolades here tonight. I have been here since 3:30 this afternoon. I have not one time heard anybody give accolades or give any type of accommodations, attaboys, or anything. The dog and pony show is over. Our trustee needs help. We want you to stop funneling those kids out of our community to other communities so that we can have those kids go where they are able to go. Chancellor said it himself about a flat tire, but this is not about a flat tire. This is about us not being able to give our kids an opportunity to go to a community college that's right there on Homestead in Little York. I came here to say what I wanted to say.
and I understand what the rules are, but at the end of the day, I am a community leader, I'm a community activist, and I am a taxpayer who pays taxpayer dollars in that district. I do not appreciate having to pay taxpayer dollars, and at the end of the day, the classes are canceled, and then you all keep the money. That ain't what we're doing today. And if whatever we have to do as a community to uproot the dead weeds, trust and believe we coming through to uproot them. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Dr. Candace Matthews.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation. And I'm going to start off with this.
I'm trying to reach you. I'm the current chair of the Houston Business Education Coalition, and I'd be very interested in talking with you briefly about the pending issues with the renewal of the chancellor's current arrangement with the college. Please give me a call at your convenience. My number is 713-3.
Okay. Whenever I come out here, that means it's a problem. That recording is a problem. That is a complete violation of the Open Meetings Act. That phone conversation was to one of you that was here on this board. I'm here for accountability. I'm here because no law should not be broken when it comes to dealing with an Open Meetings Act. That right there is a bribe. We're not going to have none of these trustees to be stacked so they can put a chancellor in place. There is a process. We're not going to have this dirty business going on, because I'm letting you know now, I'm going to bring the feds in here. Just like I did at Harris County, they're going to come in here. Because where there's smoke, there's fire. I advise all of you board members, you better have your campaign reports better be in order. Because this very person who was on this call have donated to everybody up here. Now, I'm not saying that everybody is corrupt. But what I am saying is that I'm going to drain the swamp of whoever that's in here that's doing some corrupt business at this district. Because let me tell y'all something. Playtime is over. We are not here for no corruption at Houston Community College. And we damn sure is not going to have a chancellor trying to stack the trustees to keep him in power for $1.2 million. That's what we're not going to do. The decline of the census is horrible. From 2014 to now, it's horrible. Let's look at the decline of African Americans as employees working here for HCC has declined horribly. So let's stop with the dog and pony show like my sister said before I came up here, and let's talk about this real stuff, because I'm about to bring these feds in here. Y'all better tighten up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Gary Monroe here?
Stop what you're doing, because the feds are already in the building.
How you doing, Mr. Monroe?
I'm good.
I just want to remind you that we can't.
Unless we reminding every single speaker, and that wasn't done with the prior ones.
Oh, no.
I need to get on with what I'm doing. So here's the thing. This is a limited public forum as defined by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans, Louisiana. I sued an education entity, and I won $500,000. So I'm going to tell you before we start, your policies, procedures, and your rules do not trump the Constitution of the United States. And because this is a limited public forum, Mr. Officer, as long as I don't curse them, and as long as I don't threaten them, you're going to sit here and eat this soup now. Anybody want to stop me? I get $500,000 out of you too. Stop me. I just got $500,000 last week from a government entity, educational wise. Let's get down to something. So that means I'm not going to curse you, I'm not going to threaten you. Northeast Houston, I rode by several times. We got a problem educating black folk over there. I ain't going to say your name, but I'm going to look in your eye. Do we have a problem educating young black people in Northeast Houston? Because if we have a problem educating young black people, if you thought that last young lady was profound, you don't want to take a walk in the park with me. Because I've already dug in your business. And I know some things about you that you really don't want me to put in the streets. And I don't actually have to go and try to fill out a form for the feds. I ate lunch with them. All 14 of them. So here's my thing. We need to get this lady some help out there because we got some babies in Northeast Houston that want to go to college. And 4 years ago, I decided to go back. And I had to start all over. And my major is criminal justice. Never made the honor roll in high school. And now I will graduate summa cum laude with a degree in criminal justice. But I didn't want to come to your school. You know why? Because I ain't think you want to educate black folk. You treat our workers different. You run off the good educated professors. Now you got a whole school that you don't want Negroes to go to. And I found that to be strange because when I started thinking about Thurgood Marshall and what he did with Brown versus the Board of Education, he studied a brief before Brown. And it was Mendez versus Ecuador County. So it was Mexican children that were discriminated against in education. And we still playing the game. Take heed to what she said. Before the heart attack comes, there's warning signs. And if I'm in your building, you got some major problems. And I promise you, when you at dinner, at church, wherever, I'm going to have you thinking about me and not about your wife.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Is Cornell X present? Okay, well, from the list earlier, I'm going to call the names of those who didn't show up. Is Tamara Bell here? Inga Ford?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Inga Ford, a native daughter of Houston and a general dentist and activist within District 4. I first must exclaim foul because I registered in time to speak for what I perceived as a 4 o'clock meeting, not knowing that the special time was 3 o'clock because it wasn't indicated on your website. But I've been here since 3:30, and I would have gladly have been here on time had I known that I was supposed to be here. But I'm here mainly because I've had the opportunity to go to 3 community engagement redistricting meetings, and my representative at this time is Trustee Flowers, and the biggest concern that a lot of my colleagues and neighbors in my area are concerned about is that in all of the meetings that we've attended, Plan Map 1A is being touted as the best possible option. Never once have we been exposed to the other maps other than what the lawyers said, oh, you can go to the website, which is not readily easy for I won't say senior, but seasoned citizens as myself, which I really am a senior. And having access to all the additional maps Plan Map 2, 2C, et cetera, without giving a lot of indication about what those mean. And we are really concerned about this because what I'd like to know, as well as some of my neighbors, is where, specifically, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, District 9 is losing some of its boundary to District 3, and part of, I think, District 3 is amalgamating District 4, something to that effect. But more importantly, when we were given the information by the lawyers that created the boundaries of redistricting, Shaw versus Reno, Voter Act rights, and so forth, what we really want to know is what are the goals beyond the population balancing of these redistricting or this particular Plan 1A map. And more importantly, with the larger concerns that we have, is Plan 1A, it looks like based on the definitions of cracking and packing that were given by the lawyers, is that map part of that? And when the trustees have this ability to work or be the representatives or whatever the new boundaries are, what is it that they can actually do and not do? That's not clear, and even though the community engagement was only to address what the boundaries of the mapping is, we feel as community that we can't make viable decisions about this if we don't know all the ramifications. Does that make sense? We're educators here. This is what Houston Community College is about. And if we don't have good information, we can't really know what to support. And the meetings, as far as I knew, were kind of touted sort of like last minute. And if I have to just go on your website alone, it doesn't give a whole lot of encouragement for community involvement unless you are actually there. The other thing that I'm concerned about is, since gross enrollment has been declining, what will programming and types of courses be, and if these redistricting events occur? So we all know that redistribution of funding and programming does matter, and taxation without appropriate representation for marginal communities is an issue. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to say that we appreciate the concerns. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, is Charlene Jones? Oh, my apologies.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Everybody. My name is Charlene Jones, and I'm a precinct chair in 3rd Ward. And I found out about the redistricting of the single-member districts by Dr. Flowers at a community town hall at the main campus. I met Dr. Tamaz there. And I did not know that East of Alabama is not in our District 4. I'm thinking everything in 3rd Ward should stay in 3rd Ward. And with that being said, District 4 should have East of Alabama all the way to the end. Yates, El Dorado, all the little things that are landmarks in 3rd Ward, they need to be in 3rd Ward, not in all in one district and not in another district. So I was disturbed about that, and I want 3rd Ward to be in one single district, and I feel like that the maps, I'm against map 1A from what I've been hearing when I go to these town hall meetings, which I've been to 3 also. And I think that pitting people against each other for their area is not right. So to make it right, reimagine the maps and touch all districts, not just 4 and 9, touch 3, touch everybody. And so make it fair. So it's not looking like it's one-sided and you're pitting trustees against each other, because that's what the word is on the street out here, that, people are being pitted against each other, and that's not right. So if you all could just, I'm against Plan Map 1A, I'm for Map 2C, which I will send my comments in. And the other part of this, my speech, is that when you go online, it's hard to navigate. I was trying to get in to upload a map and all of this, and just think about it. I'm one of millions of seniors, thousands of seniors here, and we have problems trying to get our comments in the little box and upload the map that you want or create your own. You know, you got to be a simpler way to get your comments out to people, to you guys, so you can see what our thoughts are about this redistricting situation that's going on here with HCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Jennifer Jones present?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, Chancellor, and distinguished trustees. My name is Jennifer Jones. I don't hold any titles, but I am a concerned citizen. I live in the 3rd Ward area, and I appreciate the opportunity to have some input. Just want to start by saying my mother was, she graduated from Phyllis Wheatley High School in 1934. And as a young woman, she would get with her friends and take pictures at Emancipation Park. And then sometimes they would cross the street to the El Dorado Ballroom for parties and gatherings. And as a kid, she would point these landmarks out to me and tell me about what great fun they had back in those days. My grandparents lived at CUNY Homes, and my grandfather died at Riverside Hospital, which was the Houston Negro Hospital at one point. So these are landmarks that make up the community, and you say that one of your criteria is to maintain communities of interest and to keep neighborhoods together. And we are not opposed to and do not want to tamper with the other neighborhoods, such as District 9 and District 2. So we just hope that the board will go back to the drawing board and try to make some changes. I'm not in favor of the Plan 1A. I'm more in favor of 2C, and I hope you'll revisit the other plans and just try to remember that these landmarks are very important, and you chip away a little bit this map, and then even though it doesn't affect our voting perhaps for government officials, there are other maps out there and they're being redrawn, and a lot of times they look at these maps and they see that, well, these maps will not represent us if they're chipped away at, packed and stacked. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate the concerns of each individual who spoke. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or taking actions on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into sincere consideration. Thank you again for your comments. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Is there a second? Are there any items to be pulled? No? Okay. Okay, there are no items to be pulled. It has been moved in second, so we'll now vote on the consent agenda as is. All right.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item A, Culinary Arts Interior Shell Build-Out Project Number IFB 23-22?
Moved. Second.
It has been moved and second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is to authorize me to execute a contract with ERC Environmental and Construction Services, the lowest responsive bidder, meeting specifications to provide culinary arts interior shell build-out. This is a rebid, as you'll remember, project in accordance with IFB 23-22. The fiscal impact is that the project shall not exceed $2,429,692.32, and the funding source for this project comes from the CIP Program 2.0 budget. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions? Trustee Stallworth.
The 5% certified MBE roofing services, we have roofing services in this project? Or ceiling service?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Do we have roofing services, roofing requirements in this contract, or ceiling requirements in this contract?
I don't know the specifics, but as they punch through to put in equipment, they're going to have to, the vents have to go through the ceiling, so my guess is they're going to have roofing work there.
Okay, so I would only say let the record reflect that there is 35% MBE, but the bulk of the work is non-certified firms. So 70% or 65% is non-certified. So that's my only comment about that, because I wanted to know and understand that the company, I'm assuming this is a team effort of these small businesses, that they came together as a team and submitted a bid for this. So even though the lead company is a certified SBE, they will only do 30% of the work. 5% will go to one other MBE, and the remaining 65% is non-certified with the city of Houston.
Madam Chair, if I could, Madam Trustee, are you alluding to the compliance of the installation with codes certified, or are you comment about the percent of MBE certified?
I'm reading exactly what I see on page 3, that 65% of the firms are not certified, and I assume that they're not certified by the city of Houston. Would that be, or are they not certified as SBEs? It's not clear.
I'll let Vice Chancellor Hines answer that.
So, Trustee, the answer that Chancellor gave about the roof work is correct. That's just for the vents that go up through from the first floor. And then as opposed to the actual bid, the 35% is for the prime contractor being an SPE, and the additional 5% for the PRC roofing. So that's 40% of the project is an SPE, the other 60% is not. And they were the low qualified bid by procurement.
Okay, shouldn't that be 35% and not 40%?
Well, it's 35% for the prime contractor plus another 5% for the PRC roofing.
That's not what this states. It says 30% of the contract work is by the SBE and 5% is by PRC roofing. Is there a mistake there?
That's 35% total.
35% total, so
Yes,
65%, are they not certified by the city, or are they not certified as SBEs? I'm not understanding.
The sub PRC roofing, it says certified by the city of Houston, 5%. You see all those below that are not certified. And then you see HCC's got the prime contractor certified at 35% small business participation.
Okay, are they not certified by the city of Houston, or are they not certified as SBE? I'm not understanding. I didn't mean to make you walk that far, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he's coming.
Joe can give you more detail.
Madam Chair, fellow trustees, sorry, I hope to not drag this on any longer. Sorry for waiting on the walk up here, but you're exactly right on the later. They're not certified SBEs. They are certified companies. They're just not certified through the 6 or 7 that we certify through. So they are small businesses, just not certified with the city.
Okay, so they are registered with the city, but not certified as SBEs with the
That's correct.
city. Perfect. That's what I needed to know. That's what I wanted the record to reflect. Thank you.
I'm gonna hide over here.
I mean, I'm so sorry. Dave, you and I might have.
Voting has concluded. The item passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item B, construction of digital divide labs and online teaching studios, project number IFB 23-26?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Trustee Flowers. This has been moved in second. Is there any discussion on the item? Okay, Dr. Maldonado.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Trustees, this is authorizing me to execute a contract with JLA Construction Solutions LLC, the lowest responsible bidder, meeting specifications to provide construction of digital divide labs and online teaching studios as designated HCC campuses as approved by the trustees in accordance with IFB 23-26. In the material in your packets, you see the list of the locations. Fiscal impact is the amounts not to exceed $2,718,674, and the project's being granted by HERF, funded through HERF grant funds.
Any discussion? Any questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Johnson.
I know that Acres Home is supposed to be this Apple lab with the digital divide, but I don't see them. I don't know where we are in that project. So I don't know why they're not included, or because they could use more something over there, but I don't understand why they are supposed to be the Apple lab and they're not part of this.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The facility at Acres Homes is going to be a digital divide facility where the community can come in and take online courses and complete a degree with our new online model. And so there's digital literacy, there's the whole process of being able to use computers, but also to provide them the environment. It's not necessarily, it could be, but it's not necessarily a place where production of the online content will be developed. We brought this list for approval by the board, and we can consider adding another location, but the distinction is it's going to be a user of the product that's developed in these labs.
Any other questions? There are no other questions or comments. We will now vote on item B.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item C, nursing testing services, project number RFP 2321?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. This is authorizing me to execute a contract establishing a pool of suppliers to provide different types of review courses for nursing students on an as-needed basis at HCC Coleman's Health Science Campus in accordance with RFP 23-21. As the trustees know, we're working on a plan to straighten out our nursing program, providing all the help that we can to faculty in their development and the development of students. The cost of all goods and services under the current PO contracts shall not exceed a total of $215,000 per year and shall be governed under the approved HCC purchase order terms and conditions. The funding source is through the Nursing Shortage Reduction Grant. I believe that's a state of Texas grant.
Yes.
Any discussion?
Madam Chair, have we had this, Chancellor, have we had a different course prior to this? Have we used a different course for this?
Well, the scale is different depending on what support they're getting. If you look through the list, they all relate to the NCLEX exam. Dr. Nicotera could provide details on the specific exams.
Thank you, if I may, Madam Chair and Chancellor. Yes, we in the past had used a HCC, and one of these is an ATI, a different product, which we're moving to on the recommendation of some of the other materials in this particular purchase are other types of materials that are adjuncts to the ATI for exam preparation. So, for example, one of them provides students with review questions, kind of practice questions to do as well.
Okay, so what we had before was not working as well?
It was working, but this isn't, we found that this is a better product and students perform better on the exam when they use this product.
Okay, so the prior system, the students did not perform well? Did they not meet the 80%?
Correct.
And so this has proven that they did meet the 80%?
Yes, 90% do, yes. And that's why we wanted to move to this particular product.
Okay, so our students got 90%?
No,
Or-
it's a national.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a national statistic.
That's it,
Trustee,
that's what I
yes.
needed to know. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we will now vote on item C.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Is there a motion to approve item D, furniture chair replacement project number RFP-C 23-25?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Chancellor Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. This is authorizing me to execute a contract with Victory International Group, LLC, to provide furniture chair replacement for designated HCC campuses in accordance with RFP-C 23-25. The trustees will remember this is something that came up as a result of HERF. The cost for all the goods and services of the PO shall not exceed $565,624, shall be governed under the approved HCC purchase order terms and conditions, projects being funded through the HERF grant.
Are there any questions? Questions, no comments?
I have a question, a comment.
Johnson.
So we buy the chairs, let's just make sure we have some students to fill them.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, we will now vote on item D.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Okay. Because item H is personnel matter, we're going to move item E and G to the end of the agenda, and they will be considered as closed session because. Oh, I'm sorry, E, F, and G. I meant E through G. Sorry about that. E, F, and G. Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item H, personnel agenda?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Maldonado will introduce
Thank you.
the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. In your packet are a list of 3 full-time faculty members that we're bringing on board in their prior positions and the position they're being hired into. Izzy Anderson's here to answer any questions you might have on these faculty members.
Are there any questions?
So we are going to approve, I mean, we are looking at, which one are we on?
Item H.
Okay, for faculty. Okay. No questions? Well, we will vote on item H.
Trustee Laredo.
Votes yes.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
We'll now hear the report regarding item I, report on capital improvement projects. This, yes?
Is it possible to accept I and J as submitted?
Absolutely.
So how do I make that motion? Oh. Perfect.
No one objects, so. Okay. So it's no action required. Any questions on those items I and J? All right. No questions. So the board will now adjourn to close our executive session under the Texas Government Code Section
551.
Section 551. I know, I received it now. 071, 551.072, 551.074, and or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting of the subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. Before you move, don't move, trustees, please. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
6:42 p.m.
Don't move, please. I think saw Commissioner Prestige walk in. Stand up so we can say hello, Commissioner Prestige. That's my commissioner.
right here. Just on my, I was just wondering if it was Dr. Ford Fisher. Probably was. No, it's okay. I'm going to read it. I just didn't know if it was for me.
The open portion of this meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College is now reconvened at
8:14 p.m.
Is there a motion to approve item E, personnel agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Madam Chair, Trustees, this personnel item is bringing forward, excuse me while I catch up, a change in the scope of work for Vice Chancellor of Student Services, Dr. Shante Grays. And this is moving from a traditional to a transformational job description, movement of financial aid services and other parts of the organization into student success. And I'm recommending the board adopt or approve the recommended salary increase as is dictated by our standard calculations for the pay grade and workload for Dr. Grace. That to answer any questions?
Questions? We will now vote on item E.
Sharon, I'm locked out of my computer, but it's yes for me. Oh, I got it. Like magic. Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed. Give me 1 second. The motion passed with a vote of 5 in favor, 4 opposing.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item F, personnel agenda? Administrator, General Counsel, and Chief of Staff, Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Need a motion.
And second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is my recommendation to provide the standard stipend to General Counsel to serve in a dual role of Chief of Staff and General Counsel, maintains his current workload and position, but has the added position of Chief of Staff to assist me as presented to the board during closed session. Recommend approval.
Any questions? Any discussions? Okay, we will now vote on item F.
Voting has concluded. The motion failed with a vote of 4 in favor, 5 opposing.
Is there a motion to approve item K, proposed settlement agreement regarding United States District Court Southern District of... I skipped one?
We have one more. G.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve item G, personnel agenda, administrative vice chancellor, talent engagement, and chief human resource officer?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is requesting the board's approval to elevate Izzy Anderson's position to include Vice Chancellor in addition to Chief Human Resource Officer. There is a substantial amount of extra work as described to the board under the scope of work that Dr. Anderson will be working on that elevates this to a Vice Chancellor level, and I recommend approval.
Any questions? Any discussion?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we will now vote on item G.
Voting has concluded. The motion fails with a vote of 4 in favor and 5 opposing.
Before we move on, I want to go on record to explain why I voted the way I did. I just think it should be said. I know that there are additional responsibilities with the job titles, but I'm thinking about thinking about the faculty members who come in here talking about they have to get second jobs to make ends meet. I'm thinking about adjuncts who can't make enough monies to make ends meet and have to get additional works. I'm thinking about those people. And at this point, I mean, because of the state of the country, the state of the world, we have to make sacrifices somewhere. And in companies, in institutions, if we take on additional responsibilities, sometimes pay can't come with it. Sometimes pay shouldn't come with it because, you know, we're supposed to work together as a unit to accomplish the common goal. And I've been an adjunct. I've been a faculty member at a community college, and I know what the money is. And I have grave concern for those people. So my vote was nothing personal against anyone. It's just that I feel that we need to pour more into those who are actually the boots on the ground, the custodial workers, the faculty members who pour into the students, the adjuncts who are trying to pour into the students and to make ends meet. So I just want to clarify.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Trustee Vandal.
I need to address this because I didn't look at it from that point of view. I actually looked at it from a project management perspective, and I did put those concerns in writing. It is very difficult to move from one state of the college, which is the leader's purview, to an organizational model that works better for the leader. Now, as explained, this organizational model is moving from what we perceived to be transformation. And I was not at all comfortable with the way that the model is structured. Cost, time, and performance is very, very important to me. It's the only way I can perceive how well an organization is functioning. Outcomes, time that it takes for those outcomes to be made manifest, and the cost of making those outcomes manifest. And I am not comfortable with seeing through what was explained. I can only look at it from what we've had to this point. And to shift from what we have from this point to this model is not clear enough for me. The outcomes of the current model are not clear for me. And as a PMP, cost, time, and performance are the three things, the trifecta by which I make my decisions. And based on that, based on my trifecta, this was not a good decision that I could make.
Chancellor? Yes, sure.
Thank you, trustees, for your observations. As we've been talking about the Embracing Houston's Future is a strategic plan. It's all about transformation. This transformation is not new. We've got a fantastic financial rating. If you're looking for performance, we've got a fantastic financial rating, over $100 million in excess. We've got projects that are working. We have student success that is certainly in the top few percentage of the country. We're imperfect. We've got some challenges, but the performance numbers show that we're doing the right thing. The chair and I we will be presenting next week on our pathways to success, and this is all due to the people. Yes, the faculty plays a critical role, just like the student advisors. In this budget cycle, we're going to be bringing some recommendations to the board that I hope the board adopts in terms of addressing those needs with the faculty, and also moving part-time employees to full-time to be able to provide them a nice wage and some help, some benefits that they wouldn't otherwise get. So thank you for your observations. I just wanted to add mine in terms of why I brought these requests to the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Chancellor. It's appreciated. Trustee Tamara?
Yeah, so my question, Chancellor, is we had a part of this plan that you presented and that you brought forward, only one of them passed. How will that affect the entire piece, right? Because you've got one employee that made it through this process and then the others, and it's all part of the same plan to reorganize and retitle and all of that. I'm wondering what the impact is in terms of employee morale and at that level.
What I was asking approval for was the pay. I think the titles, it's certainly going to be up to the individual on whether they'll accept the title without a pay change.
But one of them passed, right?
Yeah, and one of them passing and not the others,
well, because that one had pay attached to it as well. That's the one, the Administrator, Vice Chancellor, Student Services passed, and then you had the General Counsel and the Vice Chancellor of Talent that didn't. And so I'm just wondering it from your level. I guess it's something I'd appreciate you thinking about in terms of what that impact is. And do you pull that back, or what do you do? I don't know. Or bring it back so that we pull it back. I as an administrator, I know that that's an issue because you only have part of that approved, but it impacts employees.
I'm not going to ask the board to undo something I've recommended. I think it was right. I think all of them were right. I'll just take what the board agreed with me on and live with that.
But I understand what you're saying, Adriana. It's going to have an impact on the transition he put in place.
Yeah, because only one got it, right? Not all of them. If all of them would have failed, okay, then yeah, none of it, right? But one of them got passed, so that's all. I was just wondering how you handle that, but that I'm sure you got that. So, but as a trustee, I'm concerned.
Madam Chair, so are they going to have the option not to work more for no extra pay? And I mean, I guess we could talk about it later because I have a real problem with an organization not compensating people at least market rate, especially when we see the turnover we've seen with the staff, and I'm always concerned about the turnover.
Well, I'm limited on what I can ask an employee to do if that request involves work that would fall for a stipend. I mean, Izzy won't let me do it because if the person does the job, and we have some situations where people come to us and say, I've been doing this job for 6 months and I ought to be being paid more. Well, we didn't know the person was doing a job and it's over and above what their normal position is. So I've got to sit down with Izzy and go through the details of each one of those additional duties and see if there's any way I can get it done without the additional stipend, because then if I ask the work to be done, I don't think anyone's going to turn me down, but I'm might be generating a problem from an equitable pay standpoint, and why we're paying one person one amount to do a job generally the same as another job that a person's being paid differently to do.
Thank you, Chancellor.
I agree with that. That's why I made my vote consistent, because we have a lot of hardworking people around here. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item K, proposed settlement agreement regarding United States District Court, Southern District of Texas, Houston Division, Civil Action Number 421 CV02216. Patricia Dodd, plaintiff versus Robert Glacier in his official capacity, Cesar Maldonado in his official capacity, and Houston Community College defendants. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Maldonado will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're bringing this to the board as an element of the settlement discussion that's ongoing on the case that you just referenced. And we've asked the board to take official action on the settlement as disclosed in closed session so we could communicate that to the other party.
Any questions? Okay. We will now vote on item K.
Voting has concluded. The item fails with a vote of 3 in favor and 6 opposing.
The meeting is hereby adjourned at
8:30 p.m.